Twitch, what is up? Good evening. We are early. Normally we're twitching normally I'm streaming at like 8 p.m. Pacific time, but tonight I got to get an earlier start to things, and so here we are. And for those of you that are watching this VOD later, no problem at all. Or maybe you came in a little bit later, not a problem. So just for today, we had to get an earlier start. I wanted to get through the ground material, get in the sim. There's a lot to cover, so I thought it'd be a good time to get going here so that we can catch hopefully some pilot edge before they close. All right, so tonight is IFR Tuesdays, and I am wearing a Star Wars T-shirt. Boom. And tonight we're going to be talking about aircraft instruments, and pretty much what we're going to be doing is breaking down the analog six-pack instruments, looking at the gyro instruments, the three gyro instruments and the three pitot-static instruments, and we'll be looking at them from like a system-based point of view. Not really talking a whole lot about the systems, although, to talk about the pitot-static instruments, we need to talk about what do we mean by pitot-static and that type of thing. Gyroscopic, what turns these gyros in the gyroscopic instruments and stuff. The main thing with instrumentation is, let me see if I can fix this. Hold on. The main thing when we were talking about aircraft instruments is we need to talk about not only what systems are they tied to, but what are they telling us, what are they not telling us, and also what are their errors. That's the main thing. So we'll be talking about those instruments, and in particular, especially with IFR and the instrument rating, is you review the instruments and how they work, but you kind of take a deeper dive into things that you might not have thought as close as as deeply about during your private pilot. Like in particular, the cold temperature errors of the altimeter. You probably didn't give it that much thought when you were first learning about the altimeter and how the altimeter actually worked. But here we are, flying IFR. The reason for the clouds that we are flying through most likely will be due to cold temperatures. Not necessarily, but yeah, it's probably going to be some cold temperatures up there, and so it's possible, cold, clouds or not, that the temperature could be so cold that we have like substantial errors in the altimeter, and therefore we would be we're going to be not at the right altitude that we should be at. Namely, we will be if we're at the correct indicated altitude in cold weather, we will be lower. The true altitude will be lower than where we are being told we are at, and therefore we will be below the minimum altitude that we need to be at in order to be afforded the obstacle clearance that we should be, that an airway is designed for. So it's very, very crucial that we go over these errors. It relates to what we talked about last Tuesday with the instrument scan and why certain instruments are primary for certain things. Like, for example, why it relates to the four-step scan when we talked about the four-step scan. And for example, why is the inverted V such a good, simple, cut to the chase scan? It's on 3 independent systems, but what are we fundamentally doing in step 2 of the 4-step scan is that inverted V is to look at trend, not rate information, right? Namely, like the VSI is instantaneous in the trend information that it gives us. So it makes sense that once we start incorporating other instruments away from the attitude indicator, that yeah, we would build in the VSI. But in terms of dialing in and fine tuning, like fine tune trimming, like an actual rate, we don't know that yet. We have to wait for that VSI to settle. So we'll talk about those types of errors as well. Zach, what's up, dude? Any partial panel stuff tonight, or just talking about the instruments? Interesting. You know what? If we have time for partial panel, we will do that. Otherwise, I was planning a partial panel next Tuesday. The idea is tonight we talk about how these instruments work. We get in the sim, and then next Tuesday we would build off of that. We would like review, and then we'll take a couple of these away, and looking at system, namely the vacuum, the vacuum fails. So if there's time, we will. But I think what's more likely than not, we'll probably just do it next Tuesday. All right. So yeah, that's a little bit of what we're going to talk about tonight. And yeah, I actually do have a separate. What's interesting is, so like instruments, like this lecture right here. Hold on, I'll show you what I have. And that way, like from, if you're going to work with me, like kind of it's good to see like kind of where I'm coming from. So there's this approach right here, which is this is actually coming from my private pilot set of materials, where it's like, what is the standard atmosphere, and altimeter errors and temperature errors, what happens with the airspeed indicator. So there's that way of talking about it. That's the private pilot stuff. But then the instrument pilot will be, first of all, when we look at the scan, there is we do discuss certain instruments and like the instrumentation and like kind of what's going on inside. We do definitely talk about that. We've got the inside there of the VSI. We talk about the pedostatic and the vacuum. What up, Vox? So we talk about that and some of the errors and stuff. But then when we go to something specific, like unusual attitudes, we have something for that too. Boom, right there. Unusual attitudes. One of the discussion, or part of the discussion in unusual attitudes is partial panel. So we'll talk about like as we go through it, figuring out which instruments have failed. We have separate on like what is the vacuum pump. And we look at really like deep diving into engine or system failures, blockages, pitot tube blockages, and so we do keep it separate. All right, so let's look at instruments. Cool. All right, and then so my thought is that we'll get through instruments. We're not going to talk about engines. We're not going to talk about systems. Those are actually for private pilot, and we can do those another month because this is aerodynamics theme month actually. So we're not going to do those. But we'll get through instruments, and then we'll get. I want to say maybe more of the IFR wise, like more of the 200. We'll just maybe do like that quick flight from Bakersfield down to Chino, I imagine. Now, the way that we talk about these 6 instruments is mostly to do with the 6 main instruments, and we will be talking about the compass as well and the compass errors. But really, what we're going to do is first group the pedostatic instruments. These these here, the airspeed indicator, altimeter, and the VSI. And then we'll group these are our gyroscopic instruments, the attitude, heading, and the turn coordinator. And then up here, you've got your magnetic compass with its own errors. We'll talk about that. The pitot-static system is a system that's composed of the pitot tube, the static port. The pitot tube is where air is going to be entering. This sits under the wing, and the pitot tube has air that's going to be rammed like inside. And then what that's going to do is compress that air, allow that air to come into a line that is connected to a diaphragm inside this airspeed indicator, and that diaphragm is going to be allowed to expand as it picks up speed, as this pitot tube collects more and more air. So that's what we mean by the pitot tube. That's what it does. Is it allows air to come in as we move forward more and more and more, and obviously the faster we go, the more air is coming in, and then therefore the diaphragm is allowed to expand. So really, the pitot tube, the only role that this pitot tube plays is in the airspeed indicator. The static port, on the other hand, sends static air pressure to all three instruments. The VSI and the altimeter only use the static source, and the airspeed indicator uses both. It actually compares the difference between the static air, which is just ambient air, and the extra stuff that is coming in through the pitot tube. And that difference in pressure is what the airspeed indicator reads. So that's what we're looking at here: the pitot tube and the static port measuring static air. There's a heating element in the pitot tube that will heat up this whole unit right here in case of ice buildup, or in case of prior to entering visible moisture in freezing or near freezing conditions. You first of all shouldn't be there, but any time that it's pretty cold outside, really anytime I enter the clouds, IFR, I had that pitot heater on. I don't even mess with it, dude. And I turned the pitot heat on just prior to takeoff. And that's a pretty big draw. Like, that's something that you want to check pre-flight, by the way. As you put your flaps down and you're walking around the aircraft, you want to flip that on and just lightly touch make sure that it heats up. You can turn it off. And then in the run up, when we're testing the electrical, when we're looking at our ammeter and we're making sure that the electrical system can handle load, the pitot heater and the flaps are the things to kind of activate to see how it responds. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, but there may come a time where the static port, it's just a little hole that you check also pre-flight. Somewhere in here you might have a bug or ice that's over this right here, and if that's blocked, then these instruments are not working at all. But this one is also erroneous, although to a lesser extent. But in any event, no matter how you cut it, if there's a blockage right here, like these three instruments are affected, and these are kind of important, right? So what you need is an alternate static source for when the primary static source, when the static port is blocked, you got this source that's usually vented to the inside of the cabin that you're able to use. This is important even if you're just flying flight sim, and if you're not a student pilot, you're out there flying in actual conditions. You need to know where that alternate static air is, and that's what's going on. If you have failures that are allowed to occur, that is definitely one of them. You could have a static, ice buildup on the static port or something like that. It's definitely less likely than ice buildup on the pitot tube, in which case the indication will be the airspeed indicator acting in certain ways super weird. We'll talk about that. And if that's the case, look outside and it's like, oh shit, boom, we got ice not only on the pitot tube, but I could see it on the leading edge, or I could see it on the strut or whatever it is. Flip that pitot heater on. So anyway, point is the static port, you've got blockages for the pitot tube. The remedy is the heater. Blockages for the static port. We got this alternate static air that takes air from the inside of the cabin, and it just bypasses that static port, opens that back up, and there you go. All right. If while in level flight it becomes necessary to use the alternate static source, static pressure vented inside the airplane, which of the following variations in instrument indications should the pilot expect? So what ends up happening is, because the air is moving around the airplane is relatively low pressure, you have relatively high pressure, higher pressure inside. That air tends to escape to the outside toward the low pressure that's surrounding the airplane because of all the airflow like slipping around it. And so that vacating of the air is gonna show a momentary climb and a higher altimeter than normal. So yeah, exactly. And that's the reason why. So knowing so we'll talk about the altimeter first, and this is the first instrument, and the pitot-static instruments are what we're going to be talking about. So looking at the inside of the altimeter, we're looking at like essentially a diaphragm that's kind of like a balloon that's allowed to expand or contract, and it's hooked up to the static. It's hooked up to the static source, and as we climb, and that static air, the pressure of the static air decreases in general. The pressure inside is allowed to decrease, and that is allowed to expand into that negative space, into that decreasing pressure. Whereas and as this diaphragm is allowed to expand, that needle is calibrated in a way where it shows a climb. Conversely, if we're descending into air, we're descending into thicker air, and that pressure is rising. The air becomes more filled inside this chamber and will squeeze that down, and as that diaphragm compresses, that is the gear and linkage setup is in such a way where the needles reflect a descent. Okay, so that's what we're talking about, is expanding and contracting of the diaphragm. When you get an altimeter setting in the from the ATIS, or whatever, what you're setting is the starting position of the diaphragm from which it will depart and expand or contract. All right. Oh no, you totally woke up in time, Revo. We just started. So, yep, I'm assuming you know how to read an altimeter. Small hand is thousands and big hand is hundreds. You got this like little weird one for tens of thousands. We have a standard atmosphere that the altimeter is based on. That is, the altimeter is calibrated with respect to, and so the international standard atmosphere is standard pressure is 2992 inches of mercury, or 1013.2 millibars, and we can say that the pressure decreases an inch at the standard pressure lapse rate. The standard rate that the pressure decreases with altitude is an inch of mercury per 1,000 feet. It's also 15 Celsius standard. And so when we are calibrating the instrument, when we're calibrating the altimeter for non-standard pressure, we got an altimeter setting that is greater than or less than 2992 inches of mercury. And what that is saying is, let's say that a low pressure moves through, right? Let's say that a low pressure, like let's say if it's a standard of 2992 and your field elevation is 100 feet, right? That you're at 100-foot field elevation, okay? That's kind of like Fullerton, like that I fly out of, is like 96 feet. So let's just say 100 feet. And a low pressure moves through, but the airplane has not gone anywhere, right? It's just the fact that due to the nature of the atmosphere that it's a fluid, and that you've got pockets of less or more density, right? And so the lesser or more greater or lesser pressure, little pockets that are, it's always mixing and rising and moving and all these things, right? So we got this low pressure that moves through. The altimeter thinks that it's, the altimeter may show 200 feet, right? Because if it's low pressure, and low pressure occurs when the airplane climbs, all the altimeter knows is that there's low pressure going on. It doesn't know that the engine isn't on. It doesn't know that you're not moving forward. It doesn't know like how much lift you're producing or whatever. All it knows, it's a smart instrument and a dumb instrument. All it knows is that pressure's gone down, so you must be climbing. It's going to show you at 200 feet. So what are you going to do from 29.92, right? You're going to set that new altimeter setting, and you're going to set the altimeter setting 2982, right? It's an inch per 1,000 feet. So this tenths right here is hundreds, and this is 10 feet. 10, 100, and 1,000. So if it's off by 100 feet, then chances are your altimeter setting is going to be 2982. And what's going to happen is as you set that down and you crank down to a lower number, as you calibrate that instrument to the non-standard pressure around you, that needle, as you wind that down to 2982, that needle's going to come back down to 100 feet, 100-foot field elevation. And you just want to check that, okay? All right. So what happens if you fly to an area, from an area of high pressure to an area of low pressure without updating your altimeter? Why is it that you're going to be descending? Because let's say that let's describe what's going on in this picture. You start in Santa Barbara, all right? And you take off out of Santa Barbara and you climb to 1,000 feet, okay? In Santa Barbara, the altimeter setting was 2992. So you set 2992, happens to be standard pressure. You climb 1,000 feet, right? The saying is high to low, look out below. Why, right? You climb 1,000 feet, and the altimeter was calibrated to 2992. So since that's the case, if the local altimeter setting is 2992, then if you climb 1,000 feet, yeah, then then it's 2892 inches of mercury of pressure inside the casing of that altimeter. 2992 is what you set that diaphragm. Remember when we set the altimeter, right, with this altimeter setting right here, we get the altimeter and we turn that knob. Remember, we're setting the starting point of where that diaphragm is at. So like, let's say that we need to be here, right? And the low pressure moves through and it expands and it shows that we're at 200 feet. We need to go 2982 to bring it back to that good starting point, okay? But that doesn't change the fact that if we climb 1,000 feet, it's 1 inch of mercury of pressure per 1,000 feet. So we've lost an inch of pressure, right? We've gone up 1,000 feet. So we were 2992 at the surface, and now we're 2892. This is not the altimeter setting. That is not the altimeter setting, right? The altimeter setting is 2992. Okay. So, Jesus. So we climb 1,000 feet. Now, we get the weather for Hawthorne. Okay, we get the weather for Hawthorne, and Hawthorne's pressure. Actually, no. The problem is that we did not get the weather for Hawthorne. Right. That's actually the problem. What we don't realize is the altimeter setting. It's relatively low pressure at Hawthorne compared to Santa Barbara, and so we are flying from an area of high pressure to low pressure then, right? On the ground at Santa Barbara, it's 2992, and on the ground at Hawthorne, it's 2892. This is a lower pressure. We are high to low. So what happens is as we enter that area near Hawthorne, where the altimeter should have been corrected for the relatively low pressure in the area, if we stayed level, if we didn't descend, what would the altimeter show if we stayed perfectly level at 1,000 feet with that current altimeter setting in an area of low pressure? What's going to happen is the altimeter is going to think that we're climbing, and we're going to be totally level, but this is going to show, if it's really 2892, it's going to show that we are 2,000 feet right here above Hawthorne, even though we're 1,000 feet AGL. And we're just going to say sea level. It's really based on MSL, right? So let's just keep it true. So, or, yeah. If we're really 1,000 feet, but we are, we're an inch shy, if we really should be 2892, then what's going to happen is in this area where the pressure is lower, that whole time as we go deeper and deeper into that area of low pressure, the altimeter is going to show a climb. And, if it really is 2892 in that area, yeah, it's going to be 1,000 feet higher. It's going to be indicating 1,000 feet higher than we actually are. But that's not really what happens, right? What happens is if we don't get the altimeter setting, and it's the wrong altimeter setting, and it's 2892 out of Hawthorne, we don't let that altimeter climb and get 1,000 feet away. We don't let 1,000 feet get away from us. We maintain our altitude, right? We maintain our altitude. So you do everything you can to make sure that you're maintaining 1,000 feet, right? The problem is you're gonna follow 1,000 feet all the way down. Instead of staying level, but the indicated altitude is climbing, you're gonna keep the same indicated altitude and descend. Because what's gonna happen as you fly level into that area of low pressure and that altimeter starts to climb, you're gonna descend. You're gonna descend whatever you need to do to maintain 1,000 feet, right? The problem is you're got low pressure in the area, so you maintaining 1,000 feet indicated puts you in the ground. So high to low, look out below. What do you mean, Reveril? 1,000 feet on indicator, but not in real life. But yeah, so high to low, look out below. It's also true for temperature. Temperature affects the height of the pressure. So high to low, look out below. High pressure to low pressure. High pressure to low pressure, look out below. But also high temperature to low temperature, look out below. Same thing, but for slightly different reasons. So here we have 2992. This is for a constant, keeping the pressure constant. This is what I mean by there is no way of correcting for non-standard temperature. It's not like, oh, the temperature's warmer, so we need an updated altimeter setting. Oh, okay, if cold temperature is so hazardous, all I got to do is make sure that I have my altimeter setting and everything's fine. That's not at all what's going on. What that tells your examiner is that you don't understand how the altimeter works, and that you have two separate issues with the altimeter. One is temperature, and one is pressure. And the only thing that we can correct for, and the only thing we can calibrate for, for is the non-standard pressure. Non-standard temperature, there is a way that we can attack that, but there's no adjusting or whatever that we can do. So what happens with Taco, what's up? So what happens with non-standard temperature? Now let me tell you what many people think, and why, based on what they think, why their understanding of temperature errors it's difficult for them to understand temperature errors. What a lot of people think, or a lot of student pilots initially think, is because cold air is more dense, that if the air gets colder and cold air is more dense, then the altimeter thinks that you are then the altimeter will tend to tell you that you're lower than you are. And if the altimeter is telling you that you're lower than you are, then you're going to tend to climb. That's what student pilots, many student pilots think, because they're correct, right? Colder air is more dense. The thing is it's not about density. It's not about density. When you're talking about the temperature errors of the altimeter, it's not about density, it's about energy. It's about the energy that the air has um in the altimeter, in the casing. Why is it about energy? What is temperature? Temperature is the average kinetic energy of the molecules in a substance, or of the atoms, in the particles in a substance. That's what temperature is. It's not how hot or how cold something is. That makes no sense, because then you're like, okay, well then what's cold? It's not hot. Okay, well what's hot? Not cold. See what I'm saying? It doesn't fucking make any sense. That's literally what temperature is. Okay, temperature is the average kinetic energy of the particles that make up a substance. Why does that matter? Well, because pressure is the force that those particles are going to impart onto a surface when they collide with it. It's the force that when those particles with that temperature, that average kinetic energy, they have energy of movement, right? So as those particles are bouncing around inside the altimeter, they're bouncing around with all that energy, and they hit a surface. The more energy they have, the harder they hit that surface and the higher the pressure. The less energy that they have, if they have not a lot of energy, they're not going to be hitting those surfaces with a lot of force. Namely, they're not going to be hitting it with a lot of pressure. The pressure will go down if there's not a lot of energy. All right, so the more energy that these particles have, the more pressure they can exert, and the less energy these particles have, the less pressure they're going to exert. So if the less energy, if less energy that these particles have results in less pressure, and if something is cold, it has less energy, then cold air results in less pressure. All right, and that's why with the cold air that's in that altimeter, you've got less bouncing around, and those particles with less energy, they are exerting less pressure onto the diaphragm inside the altimeter, and that altimeter is allowed to expand. And so what that registers as decreases in pressure or expansion of the diaphragm, the altimeter thinks you're climbing. That's why. So it's not about density, it's about energy. It's about temperature, right? And that is why high to low, look out below, because low temperatures result in lower pressures, and that altimeter thinks you're higher, and the altimeter thinks you're higher, and so you're going to descend to the correct altitude. But the amount of particles is the same, so temperature can trick the altimeter into wrong numbers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's actually exactly what it is like temperature can trick the altimeter into wrong numbers, because pretty much temperature can not artificially, but temperature can trick the altimeter into thinking that it's the airplane is climbing or descending, because the hotter something is, right, the hotter the air, the more energy those particles have, they're going to be exerting more pressure on the diaphragm and tricking the altimeter into thinking that you're lower than you are. Why? Because more pressure, it only knows pressure and squeezing of the diaphragm or expanding of the diaphragm. So things that make the diaphragm squeeze down or expand out, that's all it knows. And if hot air increases the pressure inside and squeezes that diaphragm down, it's under the impression that you're descending, and so you're going to climb, right? So either way, it's a bad situation, because you need to be at your assigned altitude when you're IFR, but definitely the cold one is worse. Warm isn't great either, because you don't want to be so high temperature that you're out you are so higher than you should be that you now are not at a, an altitude that where you're separated, where you're adequately separated. Correct, correct, correct. Here's another pictorial representation of that, where it's like the constant 5,000 foot pressure level, but you're, flying at 5,000 feet on the altimeter, um, for a given altimeter setting. Like this is somebody that has not changed their or excuse me, not, this is temperature, so pressure is irrelevant, but like pressure, this would be like, for a constant altimeter setting. This is somebody that's going into colder and colder air. This person's altimeter all the way down is showing 5,000 feet. It's not going anywhere. All right, so we got different types of altitude here. The absolute altitude is like kind of like absolute value in math, Absolute value is, whether it's a negative or a positive number, it's the value of that number away from zero. It's always a positive number. And so there are no negative absolute values. Um, and so in a way, absolute altitude is kind of similar. It's the height above the ground, whereas true altitude is, height above sea level. It's an MSL number. Indicated is what your altimeter is showing, with the current altimeter setting, but pressure altitude is kind of a more elusive, altitude. So the international standard, the international community has determined, ICAO has determined, we've all agreed where the baseline 2992 inches of pressure, is, where that exists. We've all agreed that 2992 inches of mercury is the standard datum. Like a datum is a reference. A datum is the name of a reference from which we can measure things depart from this reference. So the standard datum plane is the standard plane across the board that we agree is the standard atmosphere or the standard pressure, and you can be above or below that standard, and that's what we call the pressure altitude. Pressure altitudes are also what, ordinary evening pressure altitudes are also what we fly up in the flight levels when we are, when we're above 18,000 feet. We have an altimeter setting of 2992, and we're told to fly indicated altitudes, with that altimeter setting. Density altitude, on the other hand, is, let's see here. Okay. Density altitude, on the other hand, we'll talk about another day in performance in the private pilot class. But what density altitude is it's a measurement of the density of the air. And so, you'll hear like, field elevation might be 6,000 feet or 7,000 feet, but the temperature outside is a lot warmer than standard. So it's 7,000 foot field elevation, but the density altitude is like 10,000 feet or something. What they're saying is that the air at 7,000 feet at the airport, that air is as dense as it would be. You would have to go to 10,000 feet on a standard day to find air of that density down at 7,000 feet. How is it that air at 7,000 feet could be as thin as it would be on a standard day at 10,000 feet? Because of temperature. Temperature, the thing is as air heats up, it spreads apart and gets thinner. And so temperature, humidity will do it too, but really it's temperature. And Chicken, what's up, dude? What's up, homie? It determines aircraft performance because the aircraft is only able to respond and behave in ways that the air around it allows it to. It needs air to do what it needs to do. So, the planes are happiest down here at sea level. Um, yeah. Well, no, it's not. I mean, we've had radar, Reveral. That's radar. That's a radar altimeter. Yeah, we've had radar altimeter for a long time. They're expensive. You're not going to put a radar altimeter on a 172. But the thing is the radar altimeter doesn't tell you altitude, right? The radar altimeter tells you the height above the ground, and usually they don't even work until you're within 2,000 feet of the ground, anyways, or something like that, 2,500 feet or something like that. It depends on how strong or whatever. But I mean, up at yeah, we need sea level. We don't need a height. Now, the fact is the height is good. It's good to know. Like, let's say you're doing an instrument approach and that your decision height, that you're not your decision altitude, but your decision height. Like, if you come here, I was working on some ground with a student earlier. If you're on this instrument approach on this ILS into Long Beach, and you see that your decision altitude, right, is 258 on the altimeter, but it's 220 above the ground, specifically above the threshold, or excuse me, above the touchdown zone for runway 30. Then yeah, if you have your radio altimeter set, then you're gonna fly that glide slope down to a height of 220 when that radar altimeter shows 220 above the ground. So I mean, that's another way to do it. But yeah, like, planes don't have no no, it's 250. It's sea level plus 258, right? Assuming that your altimeter is calibrated correctly. So yeah, this is an altitude. This is on the altimeter, and this is the height above the ground. Essentially, it's the height above the touchdown zone, but it's basically the height above the ground. Right, 258 minus 38 is 220. You see what I'm saying? So 258 minus the ground level is 220. But yeah, okay. So that's one option. No, no. Minimums, your minimums are typically read as an altitude. 258 is the minimum. 258 on the altimeter is the minimum. And when you get down to 258 on a calibrated altimeter, on an altimeter that's probably properly calibrated, 258 is where you need to have made that decision, and you have the regulatory, like, compliance, like 91-175 compliance, where do you have the three criteria to continue below your DA or your MDA if you're doing your localizer or your circling approach with 1,800 feet of RVR. Do you have all the things that you need that we don't need to get into? But yeah, so minimums are 258. 220 is a way of describing the minimum. But what we're saying is if you're 220 above the touchdown zone elevation, you're 258 on the altimeter. It's with correct PSI. What do you mean by PSI? Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but PSI is pounds per square inch. That's a measurement of pressure, but that's not. It's inches of mercury. Um, or millibars. Okay, so yeah, that's what density altitude is, though. It's what's density altitude? It's the density altitude is the altitude that you would need to go to on a standard day to find air of that density. That's what that is. Don't, if somebody asks you what's density altitude, don't be like, density altitude is pressure altitude corrected for non-standard temperature. They're going to say, okay, well, what does that mean? You go, I don't know. I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that. Right? That's not the answer. Understand the human answer of what density altitude is. All right. Cool. So that's the altimeter. The VSI gives us two pieces of information. It gives us trend information and rate information. The trend refers to, the initial jumping of what this needle is going to be doing. And the rate is, what the numerical value that we see here is at 500 feet a minute, 700 feet a minute right there. I got to get my cat toy out. You guys know I love my cat toy, dude, right here. So, again, we're looking at a diaphragm inside that can be thought of as a balloon. It's not an actual balloon, obviously. And again, like the altimeter, the diaphragm is allowed to expand or contract, okay? But what's interesting is it's a static only line. It's a static only instrument, okay? This is the static line right here that's allowed to go into the diaphragm. See this gray line right here? And you can see here that the static line is branching off of the it's vented through the calibrated leak here. You can see this like bottleneck little pipette looking thing right here. You can see it's like a restricted throat that air is that the passage of the air in or out of this diaphragm, or I'm sorry, in or out of this casing is restricted to the very narrow throat of that calibrated leak. Okay, that's very crucial. It's very crucial for its construction, and I guess that's all that I have for it. So what I'm going to do is explain how this actually works. The vertical speed indicator is what's referred to as a like the airspeed indicator. Actually, the vertical speed indicator is what's called a differential pressure instrument, and all that means is that it works by measuring a difference in pressure. Okay, the difference in pressure, right? What we mean is it's the difference between two things. Okay. And what does the VSI tell you? The VSI tells you how quickly or slowly you are descending or climbing. Right? So like right here, this would show a 500 foot per minute climb, or 1,000 foot per minute descent, or an 800 foot per minute descent. Okay? So that's what the VSI tells us. Now, if the VSI tells us that, and it does that by being a differential pressure instrument, how does it do that? It does that by, okay, so let's say that we're in a climb, okay? What happens to the static air in a climb? We know that as we climb, the air pressure decreases. And we know this from a lot of different things. Like we know that the altimeter starts climbing because as the pressure leaves, the diaphragm's allowed to expand. We talked about that. Same thing with this. The pressure wants to leave in a climb. Let's talk about a really fast climb. Let's say that we're doing we're in a citation or something, and we're doing 3,000 feet a minute, like really hauling ass up there, dude, like a super, super steep climb. And it's just holding 180 knots, and it's just barreling up, right? 3,000 feet a minute climb. What's going on? Well, the static air is rapidly changing. It's rapidly wanting to evacuate, right? The static air is leaving. Look at the static air. It has a direct line to the inside of this diaphragm. And so as that air is leaving that static source and pulling that air, what's happening is that air is being pulled out of the diaphragm. That air is vacating that diaphragm. All right. Now, what happens is the air also, as it wants to leave the diaphragm, it's allowed to. It's allowed to leave the diaphragm and escape through the direct static pressure line as fast as it wants to. The air in the casing, on the other hand, also really, really, really wants to leave, right? It really wants to vacate, but due to the calibrated leak, it's not able to leave as fast as it wants to. It's calibrated. It's a bottleneck. Only a certain amount of air can leave, you know. And the reality is, as the steeper that you climb, and the more quickly that you climb, the more air vacates that diaphragm, the bigger the difference between the air that's in that diaphragm and the air that's in that casing. Because the faster that air is allowed to leave the diaphragm, there's not the faster that air is allowed to leave the diaphragm, the bigger the difference in pressure between what's left between the diaphragm and the casing. Because that air in the casing is not allowed to leave quickly. So if that air is leaving the diaphragm and you got air trapped in here, that is relatively high pressure around the diaphragm that's squeezing that diaphragm down. That buildup of pressure on the outside, and it's that squeezing down and that relatively high pressure around the diaphragm that is going to be registered as a climb, as a certain rate of climb. You know, and then as you bring that nose down and you level off, and there is no change in static pressure, because you're not climbing or descending, then you've got a balance between the pressure that's in the diaphragm and the air that's that's in the casing, assuming that it's a VSI of zero, a vertical speed of zero. A vertical speed of zero means you are not climbing or descending. And what that means in terms of the differential pressure is that there's no difference in pressure between the air that's in the diaphragm that's entering, or there's no difference in pressure between what's inside the diaphragm and what's outside the diaphragm. When you descend and that air pressure is increasing, right? Air pressure increases as you descend. Air is allowed to enter the diaphragm and rush in, right? Air is allowed to rush in. So that pressure is building inside the diaphragm, but the air is not allowed to rush in as readily and rapidly due to the calibrated leak. So there is relatively low pressure around the diaphragm, and the diaphragm is allowed to expand into the low pressure and expand, right? And the faster that you're descending, the more rapidly that diaphragm's allowed to expand into relatively low pressure. Again, the difference in pressure, right? And that hold on one sec, sorry. All right. That instrument is allowed to expand, and what was I going to say? That is where the difference in pressure comes from. So this calibrated leak is the reason for there being a difference in pressure. All right. So we need to understand something. One more thing about the VSI. The rate information, it has a major lag to it. So think back to our instrument lecture last Tuesday about the cockpit, the scan, not the instrument cockpit scan, but the 4-step scan. We start with the attitude indicator, and then step 2 is the inverted V. When we actually look at the turn coordinator and the VSI, when we look at the VSI in step 2, that inverted V, we are not looking at numbers. We're not expecting the VSI to right away immediately tell us what rate of climb or descent we're achieving. We're not doing that. What we are doing is we are looking at what the trend information is telling us. Are we climbing or descending rapidly, slowly? And then while that VSI is settling, we go to step 3, which is the T scan, and we make sure that the quantities make sense. And then we take it back to the V, the inverted V, and we fine tune trim. We group instruments to make small corrections, maybe to our altitude or our heading, and that's why, because there's a substantial lag to the rate information. All right. Last pedostatic instrument is the airspeed indicator. This is another differential pressure instrument. So there are two differential pressure instruments in the six pack, right? The VSI, even though it's a static only instrument, the differential pressure is created by the difference between the pressure inside the diaphragm and the pressure inside the casing due to the calibrated leak. And then the airspeed indicator is the second one, due to the difference in pressure between, this one's pretty much straightforward. This is due to the pressure between the difference in pressure between the air entering the pitot tube and filling the diaphragm versus the air that's just static air around the inside the casing. This is pretty straightforward, right? As we go faster, there's more air entering the pitot tube. This is filling up and pressing, expanding in against and into static air. As we slow down and that pressure decreases, and the total pressure decreases, that diaphragm's allowed to contract, and static air is winning that battle, right? And the static air is allowed to like push, down on the diaphragm, and that shows a slower speed. All right, and again, we're inflating or deflating balloons basically inside there, right? These are diaphragms. Yeah, so these are purely mechanical. Now there are digital systems that are digital, that are electronic, that are not mechanical. And what's going to happen is when you have a digital system like a G1000 or the G3X or whatever it is, you're going to have a static line or a pitot tube line just like this, but it's not going to a mechanical diaphragm. What it's going to go to is an extremely sensitive, like almost like a pressure plate type thing that is hooked up to a computer, and changes in pressure will be detected by this extremely sensitive like sensor, and the computer does things with that. That's what we call an air data computer, actually. All right. Different types of airspeed. Same way gaming pedals translate it to electrical signal. Nice. So yeah, indicated airspeed. We have different types of airspeed. Indicated airspeed is the airspeed read from the airspeed indicator. But the calibrated airspeed is that indicated airspeed corrected for position errors. The fact that, as we slow down, let's see here. Nice. The as we slow down, the angle of attack for in level flight, the angle of attack increases, right? So the fact is as we slow down and we maintain our altitude, angle of attack increases, and the position and the rigidity of that pitot tube, as that angle of attack increases, that air is not allowed to enter that pitot tube head on. And so there's a little bit of an error in there that the calibrated airspeed accounts for. All right. Cool. True airspeed, on the other hand, is something that we do need to know about. And the true airspeed is the speed that the airplane is actually going through the air. And this is a density altitude concern. This is an environmental concern. Okay. What I mean by that is as the air around the airplane gets thinner, the only way, remember the airspeed indicator, the pitot tube is essentially an air molecule counter. That's how it does what it does. The only way for us to, as the air gets thinner and there's less air around to count, so to speak, the only way to maintain a particular indicated altitude is if we fly faster. If we fly faster and faster, truer airspeeds. So here's an example of 4 different airplanes. They're all showing 100 knots indicated, but they're at different altitudes. So here down at 2,000 feet, the air is fairly dense. So, it's 100 knots indicated, and it's 104 true, but it's essentially 100 knots, right? But you start getting higher, 3, 4, and look at 5,000 feet. Yeah, you're showing 100 knots indicated, but the air is so thin that you actually need to be going 110 knots true for the same amount of air to register as 100 knots. And it does relate to the fact that due to the thin air, there's like less air holding you back. Yeah, definitely. But that's that. Now the last thing to say about this is a couple things actually. That true airspeed is the consideration. It is one of the considerations for cruise performance. When we're talking about making wind corrections, we're talking about how calculating ground speed, and not wind correction angles, because that's going to be true course. But when we're talking about finding a ground speed based on where the wind is coming from, we use true airspeed, right? Not indicated. If we're talking about how long it's going to take to go between points, and therefore how much time are we going to spend, and therefore how much fuel are we going to spend on that particular leg, we're talking about ground speed, right? And we derive ground speed from true airspeed. So that's where true airspeed comes in. We need to know that, and that's in the POH. Indicated airspeed is very important for other performance, right? If we're talking about flap, all the color-coded markings on the airspeed indicator, we fly those indicated airspeeds. We're still, no matter what our true airspeed, we're going to stall, below the green, or at the bottom of the green, or at the bottom of the white, depending on if we have flaps in or not. We need to be at the top of the white arc for applying most of our flaps. Usually approach flaps can be brought in within limits, of course, of the POH, but sometimes, approach flaps can be brought in outside of the white arc. When you're flying a multi-engine and you're talking about minimum controllable, airspeed, VMC, we're talking about that's an indicated indicated airspeed. When we're talking about top of the green, never exceed speed, we're talking about, these are all indicated airspeeds. We need to follow these indicated airspeeds. In other words, if you know that your true airspeed for coming down to an airport with a high density altitude where the air is thin, and you know that your true airspeed is going to be greater than normal, don't come in at, and you normally come in at 55 knots indicated at sea level, don't come in at 55 knots or 60 knots true, because depending on how thin that air is, you'll be stalled for sure, right? If the air is thin and you're coming in at 60 knots true, chances are you're probably at or in a stall, because your indicated will be, wherever, So we need to understand that as the air gets thinner, so too does as the air gets thinner and thinner, the difference between indicated airspeed and true airspeed increases. All right, let's talk about one last thing with the airspeed indicator and blockages. Basically, that if you have the main things are the pitot tube blockages. First of all, note that pitot tube and drain hole and pitot tube blockages have no effect on the altimeter and the VSI. Remember, when we're talking about a pitot tube blockage, the only instrument that the pitot tube is hooked up to is the airspeed indicator. So Now, if the inlet, when we say the pitot tube inlet actually is blocked, not the whole pitot tube, but just the front, um, the air that has been, the extra air in the total air, has been allowed to escape. If the ram air inlet is blocked with ice and the drain hole is open, then that extra air that was packed in there is allowed to escape through the drain hole, and the drain hole acts essentially like a static airport air source, and you have no difference in pressure between what's in the diaphragm and what's in the casing, because you basically have two static sources now. And where there is no difference, remember the airspeed indicator measures the difference in pressure. So if you don't have a difference in pressure due to that ice, you got an airspeed of 0. And so you're going to watch your airspeed go down to 0, and you're not thinking, oh my God, I'm slowing down. What? No, dude, like your power is at 2400 RPM. Like the wing is flying. You're at a relatively low angle of attack. Like you're not slowing down. You know what I mean? Your trim hasn't gone anywhere. Like your VSI is 0. Like the airplane is exactly where you left it. You know what I mean? You just have ice on your pitot tube. What you should have done is had your pitot heater on a long time ago, right? What are you doing in potential icing conditions anyways? If you're talking about the whole pitot tube that's iced up, then what happens is, yeah, that's what the pitot heat does. It clears that. It clears that up. So if you've got a full pitot tube ice up like this, like right in here, this whole thing is blocked up. This is blocked and this is blocked. So all of this is trapped. And what happens is, as you climb, the only thing that's allowed to change. Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry, guys. The only thing that's allowed to change is the static source, or the static air in the casing. That's like literally as you climb or descend. That's the only thing that's allowed to change. As you climb, that static air is decreasing. The pressure around the diaphragm decreases, and that diaphragm is allowed to expand into the low pressure. The only problem is as it does that, it shows it only knows that if that diaphragm, this instrument only knows if that diaphragm is expanding, you're getting faster, but you're not getting faster. You're climbing. So, but here we have a blockage of this component. This air is trapped and not flowing in or out. The only thing that's changing is the air around it, and things will expand into lower pressure for a given pressure, internal pressure, right? A given pressure inside here, if you change the surroundings, it will expand into low pressure. It will contract from high pressure. So, what does that sound like? It sounds like an altimeter to me. So as the problem is with that, without any change to any power setting, irrespective of the power setting, really, when you go to climb, it's going to show an increase in airspeed. And in your scan, in step 3, when you go and do your T scan, it's not going to make any sense, because you increased your power and you're climbing maybe 1,000 feet a minute, and your airspeed is increasing. That makes no sense, right? Your airspeed should be the same, if not decreasing, right? And so your attitude indicator shows a climb, your altimeter and your VSI shows climb, but your airspeed indicator shows a descent. And so what do? Like as you climb and climb and climb, that is showing faster and faster and faster. So you pull back a little bit more. You're like, oh my God, I'm in the yellow. I don't want to overspeed. Pull up. You got 15 degrees of pitch attitude on the attitude indicator. You're at the top of the yellow. Oh my God, I'm overspeeding. I got to cut my power, right? And then stall. You were getting slower the whole time. You were climbing and climbing, right? You had ice on your pitot tube. And the same thing happens in a descent, just the other way around, right? In a descent, you again, you have a full ice blockage here, so air is trapped. This air is not going anywhere. It's not going in or out. And in a descent, what's happening to the static air? The static air is increasing as we descend, right? The air is getting more dense as we descend. So as the pressure increases in the casing as we descend, that diaphragm is forced to contract, and the contracting diaphragm results in, all this instrument knows is if that diaphragm is expanding, we're going faster, and if it's contracting, we're going slower. That's all it knows. And so if due to these forces that are going on, this is a total blockage, ice up, and a descent, this is actually shrinking down because the pressure is building around the diaphragm, squeezing the diaphragm down. The instrument recognizes that as slowing down, even though you're actually speeding up, right? You're in a descent. Chances are you're speeding up, right? But here you are in a descent. This airspeed indicator is behaving like an altimeter, and it's showing slower and slower and slower, you know? So it's just weird. You need to be able to feel the energy. You need to know your power settings. You need to know, like, hey, look, my attitude indicator, my airspeed indicator shows that I'm in a climb, right? That's a climb a climb. That's representative of a climb. Anytime you're in a steep climb, we know that our airspeed decreases, right? So yeah, fine. Your airspeed indicator shows that you're in a climb. You're pushing forward on the yoke, and yet your airspeed indicator is decreasing. But what's happening? Your attitude indicator shows you're in a descent. The VSI and the altimeter shows you're in a descent. The attitude indicator and your VSI are on independent systems. Your attitude and your altimeter, right? They're on two different systems. Altimeter and VSI are on the pitot-static, and as we're going to talk about soon, the attitude indicator is a gyro instrument. They're independent and they agree with each other. And so you check over at your vacuum pressure, and your vacuum is fine. Boom, you've identified the outlier as your airspeed indicator. You know your power settings, melt that ice, right? All right. I need some water, actually. I'll be right back, guys. And then we're going to talk about the gyro instruments. Be right back. I got my water, but I was like refilling my Brita. How freaking cool are those, by the way? Except, so the thing is you I don't know if you guys like have, you got, some of you guys probably have one, but you gotta wait like 10 years for the thing to like, for the level to go down or something. You know what I want, dude? Would be cool. Well, I mean, if I lived by myself, it would be cool. But because my roommate's fucking weird. But what would be awesome would be to have a like a one of those Brita things on the faucet, like the kitchen faucet, man. That'd be nice. But damn, this water tastes bomb. Okay, so what would be the reason to not have pitot heat on all the time? At all times, dude, that's a great question. Number one, it's a pretty big draw electrically, and I mean, isn't it true? Like, who cares if it's a big draw if your alternator is working? Like, yeah, absolutely, that's actually totally the case. So then why not just have it on? First of all, you very well might have it on all the time, depending on what type of airplane you're flying. Like, you might as well just have it on all the time. The thing is you don't you do not have the risk. You don't run the risk of picking up ice on the pitot tube, or any structural icing when you're not flying through visible moisture, even if it's freezing outside. So, if there's no visible moisture, if it's just cold outside, like, it's one thing for it to be cold, but it's another matter if it's cold and the moisture is there. Like if you're in a cloud, or you're freezing rain, you know. So it could be below freezing, but if it's dry air, you know, if it's clear out but it's super cold, well, then I mean, you're not picking up ice, It's just really cold. So you wouldn't necessarily have it on all the time. Now, I will say this, that if you know that you're taking off, if you know that you're taking off into IMC, like, I turn it on in IMC, I don't give a shit I don't care if it's IMC. If it's IMC and it's 15 Celsius, I'll still turn it on, before I leave the ground, because I'm just, why even risk it, So anytime I'm going into the clouds, I turn it on. And if I'm in the clouds, I leave it on. I actually do leave it on the entire time. So yeah, I mean, I hope that answers your question. Let's see, hold on one sec, I'll be right back, guys. All right, so that was the pedostatic system. Let's talk about the gyroscopic instruments. These are like way more. These are a bit more straightforward. We're not talking about like pressure and like, we're definitely talking about. Damn it. We're definitely still talking about. We've talked about the pedostatic system and the pedostatic instruments and what their errors are. Right. We talked about the temperature and the pressure, non-standard temperature and pressure errors of the altimeter, and some examples. And We've got the some of the errors that can come from blockages, pitot tube blockages, namely in the airspeed indicator. We looked at the trend and rate information, the rate, namely the rate errors like of the VSI, how these instruments work. We talked about that. We keep the discussion going for looking when we looked at the insides of these gyro instruments and what their errors are and what they're telling us. Okay. So the way that we have it broken down here is, yeah, those other three are the attitude, heading indicator, and the turn coordinator. They are gyro instruments, but those gyros are powered. The insides of those instruments are powered by two different systems. So the attitude and the heading indicator, those instruments are powered by the vacuum system, and the turn coordinator is powered by the electrical system. So the question is what is a gyro? So a gyroscope is a spinning, it's a gimbaled or a mounted spinning disc that when this disc spins, it tends to stay in its plane of rotation wherever it was, it tends to remain in place. And as that disc spins, it's mounted, right? You can move this. You can move the mounts all around. Let's see if we can find an example actually for those of you that aren't really sure what a gyroscope is. Here's an example of a gyroscope. This is an example of a commercial. This is not a gyroscope.
You want on kayak. Search now.
When we were kids, Superman was our hero.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I was like, what? Okay. This is not a gyroscope. This is a title. See what they did there? God. All right. So what we're looking at here is this disc is spinning, right? And it's mounted. You'll notice that it's on a bearing right here, and it's mounted. There's like a rod that's going right through it, and that rod is mounted like to it's connected to these rings that it's mounted to. See? So what ends up happening is this person's gonna spin that disc. And what's going to happen is he's going to put it on the desk, I'm assuming, on that post. And this spinning disc wants to remain erect. See, like without spinning, it just falls. But see, it's going to fall again. See? But once it starts spinning, it wants to remain in place. So there we go. We spin it up. And, oh, this guy's going to make it like haul ass, dude. Yeah, boy. All right. And one of the principles of these spinning objects, this could be a gyroscope inside these instruments, could also be the propeller, and one of the characteristics of this spinning disc is that it wants to remain in place. See that? It remains in place, and yeah, it's wobbling. And we'll talk about wobbling and what that is, but the fact is as it's spinning, as long as it's spinning fast enough, then it wants to remain in place. Like, look how weird this looks right here. It's right on the edge. Like, what the F? You know what I mean? Aliens, you guys. No, not aliens, right? So, that's what a gyro is. Look at this. So cool. I've never seen that before, actually. That's pretty dope. See that? So that is the principle of what we call rigidity in space. This is the tendency of a rotating object like this to remain rigid in space. Nice. See, it started... that's actually a really good example. Check this out. So, see how it's like laying on the table? Okay, right there. See how it's laying on the table? It starts there in its resting position is right there, right? So he's gonna pick this up with the string, and you notice that when it's picked up off the table, this gyro doesn't move from its original uh, orientation. See that? It remains rigid in space. Now, the fact is it is starting to drop, and the reason why is because that disc is slowing down due to the friction of the bearing right there. But if you had a system in place to keep that gyro spinning, then it would work continuously. The hell was that?
The fact that gyroscopes will maintain a particular orientation in space is very useful. In modern aircraft, an inertial guidance system uses spinning gyroscopes to monitor and control the orientation of the aircraft. The gyroscope is suspended in a special cage that allows it to maintain its orientation independent of the aircraft's position. If the aircraft rolls, electric sensors and contacts connected to the gyro send information to the pilot about the aircraft's orientation. The Mars rover explores the surface of Mars using spinning gyroscopes to provide stability and navigational information.
It's pretty cool.
This full-sized robotic helicopter flies without an onboard pilot. Gyroscopes provide stability and navigation. Gyroscopes have become essential components of aircraft, ships, robots, and spacecraft. If you're interested in experimenting with a gyroscope, they are available from online science and hobby retailers.
Totes my goats, dude. So yeah, gyros, man. Pretty interesting little things. So back to what we were saying about them in the aircraft. How do we? The question is yeah. So how do we keep that disc spinning? So in talking about the vacuum pump, how is it that the vacuum pump, the vacuum gyros, how is it that the vacuum pump keeps those vacuum gyros spinning? What the vacuum is doing is it's sucking out a stream of air, kind of like the flow of this water around this water wheel. And the edges of this gyroscope of the spinning disc have ridges around it. And as that flow goes over the edge, over the ridges, it contacts the edge of the gyro, and that flow causes the spinning it causes the disc to maintain its spin. There's like a diagram of the system diagram right there. Hold on one sec. But that requires the pump to be powered, absolutely, right? That vacuum pump needs to be powered, correct? It activates not when the aircraft is turned on, but when the engine is firing. When the engine is turning, then that vacuum pump is turning. When we turn the master on, when we actually turn the aircraft on with the master, like that the vacuum pump is not on. Cool. All right. Cool. So rigidity in space, that's one of the two principles of gyroscopes that we talk about. The second principle of gyroscopic motion is what's called precession. And precession is the wobbling that you saw in that video. When a gyroscope or a rotating object wobbles, it's said to precess, that it is, precessing. The wobbling comes from anything that disturbs the rotating object out of its plane of rotation will cause this thing to wobble. When you think about when you like have a top and you spinning a top perfectly, it just stays right there, right? And then you tap it, and all of a sudden it starts doing this. When you tapped it, you exerted a little force on it that sought to make, for an instant, slightly but nonetheless non-zero, exert a force on that rotating object to bring it out of its plane of rotation. And what precession says is the force applied to that rotating object is experienced 90 degrees ahead of the rotation, which causes the perpetual wobbling like that. So what we need to understand is certain instruments utilize rigidity in space. The attitude indicator and the attitude indicator and the heading indicator utilize the idea that the gyro is going to be, we're going to start this airplane up, get the engine going, get that vacuum pump on, get those discs spinning, and they start on presumably in a level pitch attitude on the ground, right? And then from there, we're able to depart level flight when we go to pitch up or whatever. And then as those discs stay in place, the airplane moves around those discs, then the attitude is articulated on the in the attitude and the heading indicator. As far as the turn coordinator goes, that is not vacuum powered, that is electrically powered, and that utilizes actually precession to know what the rate of turn actually is. It's angled in such a way on purpose that as we bank the aircraft, it causes the thing to kind of it causes that miniature airplane to roll. As we turn, then what happens when the engine stalls in flight? The engine does not stall. Aircraft, are you talking about when the engine stops? Aircraft gliding nose down to the airport, restarts engine. How will it affect starting point of the gyroscope? So basically, okay, that's a great question actually. So yeah, when the engine fails and when you have an engine failure, your gyros, they're spinning down, they're winding down, and what you have is a mechanism for them uprighting themselves in the correct orientation. You have like special vanes that cause them to erect in the correct orientation. So that's super useful. And the other thing too is if you get your engine started and that vacuum pump is going, then the pressure returns, the suction, or pressure, depends on what type of system it is, but that returns, and the gyros are allowed to self-erect, and then get back to doing what they're doing. So it's kind of nice. Okay, that's what precession is, we said. Turn coordinator. We talked about this before, but we need to understand what the turn coordinator tells us. Turn coordinator, what's cool about the turn coordinator is it's still going to give you bank information even when the vacuum has failed. So the vacuum fails, our attitude indicator and our heading indicator are no good, and the turn coordinator still works. So Quality of turn. So it shows you a lot of different information, actually. It shows you, first of all, it shows you the quality of the turn. What we're talking about is coordination, how coordinated we are. That's the ball. Is the ball in the center or not? It shows rate of turn. So that's quality of turn, right? Rate of turn, we're talking about standard rate. When the wing is pegged on one of those white lines, that's what we can say is a standard rate turn. 3 degrees per second, tells us some good information. Shows us roll rate, and how quickly are the wings, so it's good stuff. Here's an example of what we mean by coordinated turn. This is from Bold Method. It's a really good dude. What coordinated flight is flight where the fuselage of the airplane, the longitudinal axis of the airplane, is aligned with its flight path. That's what coordinated flight is. As you can see here, this aircraft is departed coordinated flight because the longitudinal axis, the axis from the nose to the tail, is not aligned with the flight path. This is this blue line. So what we can say is that the rate of turn is insufficient for the amount of bank that we have. This plane is not turning at a fast enough rate. They need more rudder into the turn. It looks like this pilot's going out of their way to put the plane in a slip, though. So, okay, right? So this pilot needs more left rudder. On the other hand, no, he is not drifting. He's slipping. He or she is slipping. There's no, I don't know, there's no drifting. But there's no understeer either. What's happening is there's not enough rudder there's not enough rate of turn going on. There's too much bank for the amount of, really it's insufficient rudder. So you need rudder in the direction of turn. This right here, on the other hand, is too much rudder. It's too much rudder. The rate of turn is too great for the amount of bank that you have. You either need more bank or less. Really, it's less rudder. This person has the left rudder. They're stomping on the left rudder, so this is where the nose is to the inside. This is a lot more dangerous than a slip. So yeah, this is a lot more dangerous. We might intentionally slip the airplane. We might intentionally slip it to expose the side of the airplane, of the body, to create more drag and allow for a steeper descent without picking up airspeed, forward slip to a land. But the skid is absolutely like a danger. We'll talk about that with aerodynamics. All right, which illustration indicates a slipping turn? What do you guys think? 1, 2, or 3? No, let's wait. Let's try and get some answers in here. Bueller. I guess you know what I should do is do this here. How about this? And that way you don't have to. All right. Tell me what you guys think. You guys got a minute. What do you think? 1, 2, or 3? Which indicates a slipping turn? You guys. Three is coordinated, definitely nice. You guys, what a bunch of party poopers, man. All right. So, so it is not one. What is up, CD? Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, dude. It's great to see you, man. And yeah, thank you so much for being for a source of inspiration, like for myself, and wanting to get better all the time. And Pilot Leo, what's up? Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Your reasoning for number 2 is the white portion is the aircraft. Yeah, so this is a turn and slip indicator, where the little post in the middle is showing where the wings are banking. And oh, it didn't register the vote. Oh, really? Weird. So, and remember, the ball is representative of where the tail is. You know, in the slipping turn, the tail is to the outside of the yeah, Leo, what's up, dude? Oh yeah, I did a poll. I did a poll. Oh, no wonder. So the 2 is correct because the needle show. Let's see. CD says that the 2 is correct because the needle shows a left bank, and the ball shows an insufficient rudder. Step on the ball. 1 is a skid, too much rudder. 2 is a slip, and oops, so anticlimactic. Okay, there we go. Boom. The answer is 2. The answer is not 1, as CD said, because number one is showing a left turn, and the tail is to the outside of the turn. Like he said, that there is too much. The rate of turn is too great for the amount of turn that you have. Okay. Whereas 2, you've got insufficient. The rate of turn is insufficient, right? You have insufficient rudder in there. You need left rudder in this case. And then that's when we have the skidding turn right there. All right. All right. So the artificial horizon. This is another gyro instrument. We talked about the turn coordinator, right? And that's a gyroscopic instrument on the principle of that operates on the principle of gyroscopic precession. That is a gyroscope that is powered by the electrical system, right? The attitude indicator, on the other hand, and as well as the heading indicator, are gyros powered by the vacuum system. What does the attitude indicator show us? It shows us pitch and bank information. The bank information is represented in degrees in these lines right here. 10, 20, 30, 45 is in between 30 and 60. And so you've got bank information. You also have pitch information. You've got, usually 5 and 10 degrees. These are often graduated maybe in 5 or whatever degrees. And you've got pitch up and pitch down. So that is that's useful bank information. Okay. And this is an example, just like looking inside, just like the other instruments that we did. We're looking inside, and there's the mounted gyro right there. And as we know, principle of rigidity in space, this gyro, when it's spinning up, it's going to stay in place, and as the aircraft banks or pitches around that spinning gyro, it's going to be represented like as on this as movement on this attitude on this card right here. And the card's going to move with respect to the jointed the mounted the mounted joints right here. As this whole thing moves around the spinning gyro, you've got this is going to be represented on the card right there. Right, rigidity in space for the attitude indicator. Finally, the heading indicator is the second vacuum gyro, and it shows the primary source of heading information. Assuming that it's the vacuum pump is working, right? Otherwise, that'd be the compass. But in a normal full panel situation, normal operation, it shows you the heading. It's our job to make sure to not forget to regularly reset the heading indicator to the compass. This is a part of our 15-minute systems check. Anytime, throughout the flight, you're checking the systems consistently every 15 minutes. Frankly, I'm checking my systems if I'm really low workload, like I'm just looking at them all the time. I'm not really waiting 15 minutes before I look at them again, I'm always kind of checking things out, thinking ahead. I'm like, okay, is it really good pressure? Like I'm really digesting like the pressure gauge. So, in that systems check, you're looking at oil temperature and oil pressure. You're looking at the suction gauge. You're looking at your ammeter and making sure that the load is balanced. So what you want to do is, sorry about that. In that systems check, you want to build in constantly looking at the and calibrating that heading indicator and making sure that it is set to compass. That's an important call out as well. Heading indicator set to compass, and then the second pilot's going to look and verify that. To set this, what you're going to do is push forward, push in, and rotate. So push and rotate so that the indicated heading is matching what the compass is saying. Don't do this while you're accelerating down the runway, right? Don't do this in a turn. Do this on a known magnetic heading, like do it where the compass is stable. And what you want to do is make sure to pull that out as well. Sometimes these are spring loaded, right? These push and turn, they're spring loaded. So when you release it, ideally it pops all the way back out. But sometimes on old instruments, it doesn't pop all the way out. And if it doesn't pop all the way back out, this is still in, calibrate mode, and it's not going to turn at all. So just make sure to pull that out. Don't, jerk on it, but just, lightly pull it out. Why does it do that? Well, as we said, precession comes from the fact that you are causing a deflection. You're seeking to by changing the direction, by changing the attitude of the airplane, you are disturbing the rotating object. You're disturbing the gyroscope from its plane of rotation. You are bringing it out of its plane of rotation, and it doesn't like that. And so it's going to kind of fight back a little bit and wobble. And when it wobbles and fights back a little bit, it doesn't fight back a lot, but it does a little bit. Every time it fights back, there's a little bit of friction on the bearings that this thing is spinning on, right? On that post that we saw, it's mounted. There's a post through the middle, and it's for the mountings for the gimbals, and that post, when it goes to wobble, there's friction on that mount right there, and where there's friction, there's heat. And the reason why there's heat is because some of that rotational energy has been transformed into heat and lost. And with that heat loss, that the RPM has actually gone down a little bit, and it needs to re-spin up. And because without spinning at a super crazy high RPM, these gyros are not doing what they're doing. They're wobbling. They're doing all kinds of weird stuff, right? They need to be going very fast for them to be doing what they need to be doing. So if in changing the attitude of the airplane, you lose some of that rotation to friction, that it's causing over time it's causing this gyro to slow down, and that heading indicator is not going to be doing what it needs to, it's not going to be up to snuff, so to speak. So it's just like a normal mechanical issue, and that's why with advanced systems you don't have to worry about recalibrating a heading indicator, because it is a digital situation. It's like a digital the magnetometer is a component of the attitude and heading reference system, the AHRS, that detects where you are with respect to the Earth's magnetic field. There is no mechanical aspect to it, okay? So it's a completely different situation. Reveral, the compass, the magnetic compass. All right. Cool, man. And you know what? We're gonna talk about the compass another time. Let's get in the airplane, dude. It's a good talk though. You guys are awesome. All right. So we got Pilot Edge. We've got Sky Vector. Let's get flightplan.com. Let's put this thing together here. Hold on one sec. Cool. All right, let's log in. And we're going to create our flight plan in the King Air 200. We're going to go from Bakersfield, KBFL, to Chino, KCNO. How we going to do that? All right, so it looks like, do we have anything? Let's see, the Epic. I don't even know what that is. The Ziggy, huh? I don't know what that is. I don't recognize any of that. So this I like. Actually 197. There is no I don't think there's a tech route. Let's take a look. So, I don't think so, actually. Palmdale, from the Burbank, from the coast. Evoxno, what's up, dude? So there's Chino there for sure, but it's going to be the Santa Barbara area, I would think. But it's not even close to Santa Barbara, so I doubt that. Maybe from the Palmdale area? Is there like a Palmdale? No, dude. So I only see Palmdale and Willie J. Fox right there. Ivonksa, you don't remember what I told you like last time, bro? A couple times actually. I'm surprised you didn't get him yet. I keep telling you, buddy. Yeah, SBP. I don't see any. Yeah, I guess not. The other thing is, I would see it, you know, like when you come to the route is from BFL to CNO. So you come here and like there would be a tower en route in here. So I didn't think there was, but it's a good question. Now 186, if I was a betting man, which I'm absolutely not, but I would say it would probably be this one. That to me sounds right. It's a T259. That's a GPS. airway, the Tango Airways, our GPS. So 259 from Shafter to Lake Hughes, VOR, and then from Lake Hughes, Victor 459 to Darts, and then 186 to Paradise, and then Paradise we can get on the probably the ILS 26 left. It's the only one that I see. No, actually, there's this, but that's basically the same, except it goes to It's Me and then 264 Pomona Paradise. Oh, yeah, no. That's a weird one. I say we do this. Let's file that. All right, so we're gonna go route, and boom, do that. It's gonna be 8782 Romeo. And we've got the Beechcraft 200, slant golf, true airspeed of 250, departing KBFL, arriving KCRQ or CNO. And what is our, 9,000 really? 17 actually. It would probably be something that I file. 17 maybe. 11. I see 11, 17. Yeah, we could do 17. Let's do that. 17,000. The alternate airport, what do we got? Well, it's Chino, right? So let's look at maybe San Bernardino as an alternate. I know they have a nice ILS. What's the wind there? 230 at 8. What's the circling minimum there? Circling's really good, actually. Circling's real good. We can do. We can come in with that 8 knot tailwind and circle to runway 24 at 600 feet above the ground. It looks like runway 24 is a left pattern, so we would break off to the right. Right, runway 24 does this. So we're in here going like this on the ILS, break off left, downwind, base, final. And the cool thing is, I want to say the ILS into Chino goes mist to Riverside. And Riverside, yeah, from Riverside VOR. Yeah. So Riverside VOR right there. So, question is it easy to get from Riverside VOR? Yeah, probably. We need to get what's a fix that we need to get to? Paradise, Sudoc. I don't see Sudoc on here, but that's okay. I think we have a suitable GPS so that we could just go direct to Sudoc, and then from Sudoc we're good. Okay. So I like that. The question is, what's the weather got to be? Is this eligible to be used as an alternate airport? Potentially. That's what that A says right there. It says that there are non-standard conditions if you intend to use if you file San Bernardino on your IFR flight plan with the intent to use the ILS runway 6 as your approach into that alternate. We need to look up what that non-standard stuff is. So alternate minimums. We go to San Bernardino. And we look at the ILS Zulu runway 6. Not authorized when local weather is not available. And not authorized when the tower is closed. So you just want to make sure that you got the operating times of the tower. Come here to the chart supplement where San Bernardino's right here, and you look at the tower right there, tower operations in Zulu, and we're in Pacific time, so we take that time and we subtract 8 right now. Yeah, just a quick flight here. Quick flight. All right. So, so as long as we're getting there, in time, then we're good. So, yeah. Sweet. All right, nice. So we're good there. I like that route. And the alternate, like we said, is San Bernardino. Custom weather, and we're gonna be IFR. And we can file this right now. They're gonna have that for 2 hours, and looks good. Looks real good. Let's go ahead and chart that and see what's going on. All right. Thank you, Hunkas. Thank you so much for the follow. Super duper appreciate it. Here is what? Fresno. No, we are here. Bakersfield. Okay, we're Bakersfield. Oh, that's not what we did yesterday. What did we do yesterday? We said 197. We did 197 to Amont. Is that on here? 197 to Amont is not on here. So we're just going to change this up. 259 to Lake Hughes. That sounds pretty benign. There we go. Boom. There we go. We got 259 at 8800 to Lake Hughes, and then Lake Hughes 459 to Darts. 459. There's Darts. 186 to Paradise, and then Paradise to oh, it's out here. I'm looking for Casby. There it is. And then Casby and Ticino. Bam. That right there is the ILS. So, looks good, man. Pretty easy flight, I would say. You know what I mean? There's Bakersfield right there. Right at the top of the screen. It's just this airway right here. Bam. Lake Hughes. Boom. Just like that. And it's going to be KBFL. And then we're going to get rid of right there. Very cool. Speed's going to be 250. Altitude of 17,000. And should be just a quick 30-minute flight. Looks like 155 miles. I'm just going to get my tablet, and then I'll hook up my sim. Oh, that Brita water, dude. I wonder if I have flights tomorrow, dude. It was really stormy today. It's tomorrow, Wednesday. From let's see here, 10 to 12:30. And then from 12:30 to 3. All right, cool. What's the weather look like tomorrow, man? Looking at the LAX TAF. Dude, the weather looks great tomorrow, man. Shit. All right, cool. Hell yeah. I would not have expected that, dude. It was absolutely batshit today. Rain, clouds, gusting wind. Oh my god, the wind was absolutely nuts. Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna grab that tablet. I got my stylus. Very good. Sweet. And let's do this, and we'll get it in for flight. Let's work on this. So this is not. Oh my god! Yesterday was so embarrassing. When I was like, I had to like restart with my engine being all weird. I had to like restart it, and started it at my destination. So let's not do that. We're gonna get this in the flight plan here. Clear that. It's gonna be, first of all, we're gonna be at 17, and we're in 8782 Romeo, KBFL to KCNO, and the route is gonna be the all right, I guess not. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna make this then. It's gonna be, well, actually, what is the departure procedure out of well, I guess we'll deal with that later. We know that it's going to be that Tango Airway to Lake Hughes to Darts, and then Darts, it's 186 to Paradise. Um, all right. So yeah, we've got nav to Paradise. Then what I do know is that we're going to be doing the ILS into Chino. Looking at the ILS 26 right into Chino. We'll hand fly the course reversal. See, so here we are inbound to Paradise from the left, and we're gonna be outbound on that 052 from Paradise to Casby. It's a feeder route from Paradise to feeder at 052 magnetic 4,400 feet for 9.1 to Casby. It's just the initial approach fix. This has us doing a parallel entry, but it's actually our choice. We can actually probably choose the hold. Okay. I wonder if I can... No. Alright, it's all good. We could do the teardrop if we wanted to be equally valid, but it's fine. I actually prefer the teardrop, but... Either way, it's all good. And then we'll do the course reversal. We'll come back around to Casby, make that turn to the final approach course of 255 Linden, Casby to Linden at 3,000, and then from Linden to Dewey at 21. Final approach fix is the glide slope intercept at 21. Down on the ILS, straight in runway 26 right, ILS 886 on the altimeter, 250 above the ground, 3/4 mile visibility, assuming we have the local altimeter setting. Pappy off to the left. Looks good to me. 250 above the ground's not bad. You know, the weird thing is that this runway doesn't have any approach lights. So, you know, that's kind of weird, you know, right? Like an ILS that doesn't have approach lights attached to it. Sometimes they don't. So, there's that. And yeah, in real life they don't have approach lights on this side. So let's go to send the that's actually one of my favorite airports to take a student to that's in training, because you know they make a certain type of mistake every single time, and I do it so that they learn from that mistake, knowing that they're gonna make it, and you know it's an important lesson that they need to learn. So I take them there in the sim, and in real life. I've actually done it in real life too, but in the sim, it's a really good lesson to learn. So send that to the plates, and now we've got the airport diagram for Chino. See, 26 right. It's also interesting that it's the ILS is the shorter runway of the two. 26 right, and no approach lights. Actually, no approach lights at all, except for what runway 21 it looks like. Looks like there's like some some lead-in lights or something for runway 21. So cool. And then the airport at uh, Bakersfield. What do we got? We've got wind 060 at 3. So we're probably going to be utilizing 1-2, maybe 1-2 left. Let's look at the... Actually, what I want is the maps. I don't want those. I want to import... I guess not. You know what I want to do is just go here. And we'll go to airports. Look at the procedures and go to the airport info and then send to the plates. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Nice. There we go. But no approach lights. How does that work? Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right? So I was looking at runway 21. Okay. Oh, tripping. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait. What am I talking about? I am talking about Chino. And I'm talking about the minimums runway 21 here. So let's see here. Pappy, runway and identifier lights. Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right, nice. So I'm good. I'm good with that if you guys are. I've got the... Good. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. So we'll probably start right there and just take taxiway alpha to 12 left. Oh, you know what I was going to look at is the departures. So I'm over here at the airport info for the ODP. Obstacle departure procedure. All aircraft climbing right turn direct to Shafter. Departing Shafter VOR 180 clockwise to 350. So from 180 to 350, climb on course, which we are not. I believe we're 120, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, 140. So we're definitely not. So we're 140. No, this is for flight. It's something that I pay for. So we're gonna go direct right turn, boom, or I guess a right turn would be right turn to a Shafter, and then Shafter to depends on what's going on. So if we are 180 to 350 climb on course, that's not us. We're 140, right? All others continue to climb northwest of Shafter on the 324. 324 right there on that Victor 23. So let's draw this out. What does it say? Climb northwest bound on the 324 radial, and then a climbing left turned across on from, if we're 110 to 179, that is us. We want 3,000, and then 351 to 109 at 4,000. So this is what we're going to do. It's a climbing left, it said, right? Yeah, climbing left. So it's going to be... right? Boom, and then a climbing left, direct. So 3,000 at or above 3,000, right? And then you can proceed on course. And it's sufficient to get up to, 80. We're totally going to be, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be at our cruise altitude. But, yeah. We'll see what they say. This thing climbs like a freaking rocket ship, dude. So I'm not really tripping at all. Oh. Cool. And looks good, man. Sweet. So now I'm just going to set up my sim. Just take a second here. Really excited to get back in the 200 tonight. Can't believe that guy last night that shared all of the documentation that, I mean, dude, Christmas came early last night, dude. You know, the fact that as I'm prepping for this, hopefully this time building in the King Air 200, the fact that I have all this documentation, flashcards and pilot training manual and mechanics training manual, POH for the 200, it's just mind blowing. And the citations that I like, Learjet, it's just crazy. I couldn't believe it, dude. I had to actually, from the documents that I downloaded, I had to email them to myself as documents, as attachments, for me to even really believe that they were really in my possession. And sure shit enough, it's crazy. All right, so we're all dialed in on SkyVector. We're dialed in on Pilot Edge. We're on ForeFlight. We got it. All right, cool. So we have that. Let's get X-Plane going. Wonderful. Wonderful. You know, one of the I got two jets in here. I'll show you guys what I'm working with here. Put that away and then put that away. Game capture. King Air 90 is pretty cool too. It comes with the program, but I've got the Mustang, which is a pretty sweet little jet, man. This thing scoots, by the way. Been a while since I've used that. That's really nice. That's the G1000. And then I got this guy, this Carinado 550, the Citation 2 Bravo. It's one of the documents that this guy was like turning on to last night. I just couldn't believe what's it's absolutely bonkers. But this is another really great one, dude. The inside of this jet looks really, really cool. Very vintage or like retro, you know what I mean? Very like old school. Very nice. But today we will be in this bad boy right here. 8782 Romeo and Bakersfield. Let's get some Broken Clouds maybe. And we'll do like an evening flight maybe, you know. $200 time, baby. That was really cool to talk last night, though, dude. I appreciate like the kind words that you were saying about, you know, I was talking about it's difficult, you know, certain difficulties, and I think it will work out. I think no matter what, it's gonna work out, but I'm feeling good, you know. It was like after downloading all that documentation and like I'm gonna study, you know, and I am. I just don't, you know, don't have a ton of like time to waste, so I'm like, is it worth it? I think it is. In this life, you know, as you know, you get what you give, and I felt good after talking, you know, about you know, putting in some good work here and at least reading those King Air 200 documents and getting ready for what hopefully happens, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. God, I just want to like, dude, I want it to work out so that I take those oh shit, wait a minute. Whoa. First of all, I want it to work out because, dude, those GoPro videos, man. The GoPro videos that would be taken. And then actually restart. I want those engines off. Okay, cool. Sweet. And then, oh, dude, you know what we should do? Is use the documents, dude. Hold up. Let's go to the, what is it? I mean, I guess the POH. But really what I want is like quick reference guide, cockpit reference guide. Yeah. There we go. There we go. What do we got? Dude, there's so much to go through here. But let's do, so checklist. Let's go, so that's all the pre-flight, cabin inspection, before starting engines. Good. All right, cool. Cockpit. Oh, they even got, oh my God, dude, I can't believe this documentation, man. We have a cockpit flow diagram right here. From the right seat. Good. Bro. Passenger briefing should include the following items: no smoking, how to use your safety belt, seat positions, emergency exits, fire extinguishers, oxygen. In the event of a rapid decompression, your captain and first officer will make sure that they get all the oxygen that they need, and you guys are going to take a nice little nap. All right. Cabin door is locked. Electric toilet being used. Baggage loaded. Weight and center of gravity. Oxygen system. Determine how much oxygen you've got. There's a shit ton of stuff on oxygen in there. All right, cool. Awesome. Okay. So, fuel panel. Let me actually move this over more. There we go. So, we've got fuel panel circuit breakers. What even is the breakdown here? It looks like we've got left. Yeah, fuel, right? Okay, so we've got left and right. So fuel systems here, it looks like bus, engine instruments there, ITT, torque, so these things here. What's over here? Hold on. Yeah, you know what, Zach? I think I do. In fact, I think I want to try and memory items that and see how well I do based on, because this is also the first time I'm using one of the documents that I downloaded, the Beechcraft the 200 quick reference guide, the cockpit reference guide. So I want to kind of see if I can. It's not that hard of a thing actually. It's just kind of had me bouncing around. My eyes weird. Compass control slaved, prop sync switch off. So if it's a type 1, it's off. I don't even know the difference. I have to read about that. So let's just leave it off, I suppose. Pilot subpanel normal. Mic is normal. There we go. Good. All these things should be off. Inverter should be off. Those should be off. And then over here we need, that stuff looks good. And then down here we have off, trem is off, EFIS is off, and that looks good. Okay, now it looks good. God damn, it's just a nice looking plane, dude. Jesus, man. Okay. Mic switch is normal. Parking brake confirms set. So parking brake is set. Engine vanes extended. Pilot air control defrost as required. Landing gear down. Okay. Circuit breakers in. The landing relay circuit breaker. I don't see it. Maybe it's one of these, like, sort of... landing relay, avionics. What do you mean? These are modeled? Look at this shit. This is dope. They got it all on here, man. What are you talking about? That's all avionics. No, but I mean they're modeled. Like they're not functional, but they're modeled. Like they got reflections on them, dude. You got a couple different styles. All right. I don't know where it is, but it's there. And then all other switches off. We just checked that. Avionics panel as required. Radar off or standby. Power levers idle. Okay, good. Prop levers full forward. Friction set. Conditions cut off. Elevator rudder trim set. Yeah, exactly. Landing gear alternate extension stowed. Cabin pressure switch press. Rudder boost on. That's a hard one for me to remember. Elevator trim on. Pressurization set. We said 17, correct? Co-pilots, compass control slaved. All right. Clock set. Cabin sign, no smoke. Vent blower is on auto. Bleeder valves open or environmental off for more efficient cooling on the ground. Let's leave those off. Cabin tent mode control. Oh, that's right. That's this one is off. There we go. Oxygen confirm. Oxygen quantity looks good. Fire extinguisher check. Battery on. Left fuel pressure, left right fuel pressure and or ice vane extent enunciators illuminate. Okay, cool. We got the pressure illuminates. Fuel shutoff valves closed. Firewall shutoff valves, not fuel. Oh, firewall shutoff valves. Yeah, those should be closed. Okay. Spanish? What's Spanish? What's in Spanish? Am I... This is... language? Mine... I'm showing this is in... What? The... What are you talking about? Really? Okay. You guys are weird. Okay, so fuel, firewall. Yeah, Zach, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Firewall shut off valves, close. And those are closed, and I can't close those without opening them, so I'm just gonna do what this says. I never had that needed to be done before though. Standby pumps on. Okay. Fire. Okay. Standby pumps on. Listen for operation and I hear them. Left and right pressure. Oh, shut off valves open. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Open and open. Standby pumps off. Sounds good. Crossfeed. Crossfeed alternately left or right. Crossfeed. I'm assuming that's the AUX transfer. I don't see any other crossfeed stuff. But yeah. AUX tank transfer auto. Auto and auto. No transfer lights. Press to test. Oh, crossfeed. That's really crucial. I didn't never notice that until right now. Crossfeed is like one of the main things when you're multi-engine, knowing how to crossfeed the fuel. Shit. Okay, cool. Crossfeed is off. Good. Auxiliary tank, auto, no transfer lights. Okay, cool. Fuel system check, noisy ramp procedure. So standby pumps. Everything you're now saying would not make sense for a normal person anyway who's not familiar with aeroflight. Sounds like Spanish. Okay. Sounds like somebody who's not familiar with Spanish either. Firewall, fuel valve, CBs, fire shutoff valve. Standby pumps on. Okay. Standby pumps are on. Battery switch is on. Fuel enunciators and fuel pressure. Bleed air off. Well, those do not illuminate. Fuel pressure illuminates. Firewall valves close. Firewall. Should that? Yeah, and then those, that does illuminate. Okay, cool. Off. Fuel pressure and crossfeed switch alternately left and right. Battery on. Fuel quantity illuminate. Okay, cool. We could get familiar with that another time, but stall warning. Okay, before engine start. Okay, starting engines, battery. Crew duties. So let's just make it let's get this battery off here, dude. Jesus Christ. So those should be on and on. Just a bunch of different testing. This is the King Air 200. Cute. And actually, you guys, you know what? I will be right back. I'm gonna get my front door, and we're gonna continue with the battery start, the engine start. Looks like during engine start, crew duties need to be defined and organized. CRM, baby. Pilot monitors ITT. And 1 and 10-second time limit for the light off. Co-pilot is responsible for starting time limits and all other indications or abnormalities. Provides verbal or confirmation of oil pressure, ignition, fuel pressure, and allows concentrate on the two most important starting parameters, the ITT and the N1. Sounds good. Prevents both pilots from looking at the same gauge. So we got to divide those tasks. That's pretty cool. All right. So we'll turn the battery on and then we'll get going. I'll be right back. I love you too. I did just turn that off though.
It's very.
Yeah, so it's all good.
No.
You guys, Kate just got here. What a sweetie. Check this out. Oops. Starbucks.
Coffee delivery.
Coffee delivery. Very expensive DoorDash.
Only cost you the rest of your life.
Worth it. Dude, isn't this airplane like pretty good looking airplane?
Dude, I'm getting in right now to watch you.
Yeah. Pretty nice. Or shall I say,
Pretty nice.
yeah.
You're looking at in the back of the plane right now.
Oh, yes I am.
'Cause you're wearing your thing.
Well, dude, check this out. This is like so weird. So you can look to the back and then you can open the door. Look at that. Isn't that weird?
You can open the door.
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's cool.
Very cool. Boom, close that door. You even got the reflections on it. You could see like the Zach says Katie in the house. I'm assuming that he said it like that. He didn't say Katie is in the house. Zach said Katie in the house. Why is she not sitting beside you in the co-pilot seat? Normally she does actually.
Oh, what?
We fly. Katie, actually the first time no. I would say the third time maybe I took you up. Katie flew the airplane, dude.
On my birthday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for her birthday. She actually flew an airplane. And she didn't just like fly it, like, ooh, look, I'm flying straight and level, which by the way is a skill. Dude, she was like turning while she was doing like descending turns and shit, and like, dude, with power. I was like, okay, like, put your hand on the power and make that number. You stop. I was like, put your hand on the power and, make that controls the RPM. You showed her where the RPM was. And I was like, make that number right there. See how it's like 23 right there? Like, make that like 19. So you like pull that power back and the nose comes down. I was like, no, don't let the nose go down like too much, like, and dude, I'm like, turn over there, dude, descending turn. It was rad. So, have you been following the like the stream, like what I'm using?
Not too much.
Dude.
The kids been and I left.
This checklist right here is like based on a bunch of the stuff I downloaded.
Oh, from yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Pretty nice.
There you go. All right. All right.
Are we just now taking off?
We are engine start.
Fantastic.
Okay, cool. So check the following. So basically, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do battery on, and we're going to be the right start right now, and we're gonna check. And we're checking for N1 rotation, which we have right here. Bring this in a little bit. Right condition lever, we have the fuel pressure extinguished. N1 is above 12%. And then we're going to go low. Very good. And we have low idle. N1 indicates 12%. Ensure fuel flows between 135 and what does it say? 135 and 150. Okay. Actually looks low though. That looks like 90. Right? If that's 100. So PPH. Do I not have that up high enough? Weird. Alright. So fuel flow is actually lower than it would be in real life. So what do we got? We've got ITT is bottom of the green, torque at 200 foot-pounds or like 180. Prop is at the bottom of the green, and N1 is good. Temperature and pressure are good. Right oil pressure checked. Right condition lever, high idle. Ensure ITT is, let's see here. Ensure ITT is stable. There's the RPM coming up. ITT is stable. To avoid excessive ITT, adjust the condition lever to a higher N1, approximately 60% N1 during ground operation and high ambient temperatures. Okay, cool. Right ignition and engine start off. I'm gonna keep it on because otherwise this thing like hates it for some reason. I think it's just a sim problem. So this would be right ignition off and engine start off. When N1 is 50% minimum. Right generator on. Yeah, Zach. So I think I'm gonna do the mental items next time. I'm working through a brand new checklist right now, and it's the same, so that's good. Charge battery is off, and then generator off when load meter reads approximately 0.5. Okay, so there you go, 0.5, and then generator off. Cool. Left ignition on. N1 rotation. Ignition annunciator goes off. Fuel pressure annunciator extinguishes. Good. N1 stabilize. We have the right generator on, apparently. Switch generator. Oh, right generator on. As N1 as left N1 accelerates through 12%. Let's go left condition lever low idle. We've got ITT, torque, prop, N1, fuel flow, temperature and pressure look good. Right generator was on for the switch generator to the on position as left N1 accelerates through 12%. Left condition lever low idle. Move condition lever to low idle when N1 is above 12. Battery charge is off. ITT and N1 monitor. Left oil pressure is checked. Left ignition off. We're going to keep it on. Not in real life. DC load meters checked. Okay, here we go. DC load meters. Either generator off. Well, we should do the left. Oh, left generator. I see. Left generator reset, then on. See, I thought that I was supposed to be in high RPM or high idle before turning on at low idle engine oil. So left generator reset, then on. See, this has it kind of going in a different order. Left generator has it in on if the battery recharge annunciator light does not extinguish within 5 minutes. Check battery condition. So either generator off. No, it's not the. It's not a 650 actually. It's a Garmin 430. It's a couple of 430s. I know it kind of looks like it, huh? Battery switch off. So we're gonna do like some electrical tests. Right condition lever, low idle. Maxwell, what's up, dude? External power, battery on. We're not doing external battery. We don't need to clear the engine. Okay, cool. So we are... I'm alright, man. I'm doing good, dude. Life's good, man. Dude, Maxwell in the house, man. Okay. Starter. So before taxi. Sounds good. If excessive ITT occurs during any one of the... Okay, we're good on that. Inverter is checked. Inverter 1 on. Verify annunciator extinguishes. Check that inverter voltage and frequency is within tolerance. Inverter 1... Yeah, that's that between that, like, yeah, 420, like 380 and 420, I think, right? Less than, yeah. 1 or number 2, paralleled within 10%. Avionics master on. Cool. External lights as required. We got strobe, beacon, let's go taxi and nav recognition. Cabin lights as required. Let's actually get the panel. Bleed air, let's get bleeds on. And then the other things I actually know that I need to turn on. I know that it's the aft blower. It's the sign. It's, let's see here. It's definitely gonna be EFIS and good. Okay, cool. We got EFIS right there. Cabin temp on auto. Shenanigans, what's up, dude? Alright, that's on auto. Welcome, welcome. We're doing good, man. We're doing good on folks in the house, dude. We got this, for those of you that are just joining, like, we got this really nice plane that we're taking from Bakersfield to Chino. Ooh. Really nice. Yeah, it's a pretty nice airplane, dude. Pretty nice. Okay, so then we've got, what else? Cabin lights, bleed air's on, cabin temp is on auto, instruments checked, condition levers high idle. Do we have a bleed air fail at low idle? No. And then let's get high idle going on. Pneumatic gauge check. We got that. Brake de-ice. Pneumatic gauge observed decrease. So I know that the pneumatic gauge check is here with the bleed airs. We need the left, and we got the left bleed comes on, illuminates, pressure stays the same, right bleed illuminates, pressure goes to 0, left bleed on, it extinguishes, pressure comes back, and then right is on, extinguishes, and remains. Okay, cool. So we got the pneumatic gauge checked. Condition levers low idle. Flight controls. All right, cool. Flight controls are free and correct. Flaps. Fold down. Indication is right there. Flaps fold down, and they're definitely down. Are we out there? Yeah, we're flaps down. Flap switch approach up. Brakes before takeoff. So yeah, pretty much we're just gonna get our clearance now. Now it's about ATC. So all that stuff's done. I wonder how this is gonna break down the run up. All right, ATIS is 118.6. Ground is 121.7. Oh, that's nice. And then let's see. Departure. Well, I guess tower is 118.1, and then we'll get our departure, our clearance. So we'll call up ground once we get the ATIS. So
Meadows Field Information, Quebec. 000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility more than 10. Sky conditions 2500 broken, temperature 13, dew point 9. Altimeter 2992. Arriving runways 30 right, 30 left.
we're gonna ask for 12
right,
left.
30 left. Advise on initial contact, you have Quebec.
Good. Okay, cool. And then we're just gonna switch over to ground, and then the ATIS for the destination approach, or destination is 125.85. Cool.
Connected to Pilot Edge.
All right, and let's call them up with a test. See, I'm still getting generator weirdness, dude. Weird. We are on with Bakersfield ground. Bakersfield. Ooh. I'm having two. Why is my radio weird? I'm having an echo. Yeah. Yeah, there's an echo. Shit. What the what is going on? I'm gonna try and like sign out.
Disconnected.
Test, test, test. Oh, your Pilot Edge mic settings. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. Pilot Edge preferences. Speakers. I mean, it does show only one audio input.
Connected to Pilot Edge.
Getting feedback from your desktop speakers. I am, but my voice is coming in through the speakers, and it shouldn't. It should just be transmitting. You know what I mean? Bakersfield. Yeah, dude. See, it's fucked up. That's so weird. OBS setting. It could be. The thing is it's a Pilot Edge thing. You are monitoring. I don't. It's a good idea that I'm monitoring, but I'm not. You know, I'm looking at the audio panel right there. You can see COM 1 is off right here. And then COM 2 is on. So I'm just gonna go to a different frequency and see here. Baker. Nope, I'm still getting feedback, dude. Also, I'm not hearing anybody over there either. So let's look at airport. Should be on 121.7. And I am. Tower is 118.1, but it shouldn't matter. Super weird. Super weird. Test. We're on with Bakersfield ground. Bakersfield ground. Mike, check. Yeah, it's bad. I don't know why. Let me look at that really quick. Just gonna pause this really quick. So it says X-Plane. I just put in X-Plane 11 Pilot Edge Echo. Can't stop working. Push to talk. Can hear my own voice, and then when transmitting, I tried all tricks found online. Oh. This says that chances are both of your radios are considered to be dead, normally because of voltage issues. This causes both of the voice connections to be moved to the same dead room. Hence, you can hear your own transmissions. I'll resolve this issue in the future build. That's Keith, the guy that actually does it. If that's the output, he says if that's the out. I installed X-Plane from scratch and now it's working. Nah, I shouldn't need to do that. I did disconnect from Pilot Edge, but let me just restart. And we're just gonna go through it. We know what to do. it's off, and inverter is off. Oh, pause. Okay, so that's off. The aft blower is off. My good, those are there. Auto feather, inverter. So battery, everything's off. And then here we need EFIS off. And there we go. All right, so everything is off. We're gonna do the beacon. We're gonna put the I'm gonna leave that off. It had me doing the trim and the boost. Cabin pressure was set to 17. Cabin pressure set to 17. And what else? That's off. Bleed airs are off. Aft blower is on. And I think that was it. And then the start, you know what I mean? Mic is normal. Let's go to the right. High RPM, flaps are up, cut off, idle to the right. Oh, oops. All right, N2 is above 12. Let's go low. All right, and we're good there. And then let's go high. I wonder if part of the problem was, I know like last time I left the ignitions on even after I brought the both condition levers up, so maybe I'll just try that again. And everything looks good there and stabilized. Let's go to the oh, and then right generator is on. All right. Good. Okay, and then let's go off with the left that's on. All right, we've got N1 is above 12. Low. All right, we're stable. RPM's coming up. N1 is stable. Temperature, pressure, good. Torque, ITT, everything's there. We're gonna go generator left and generator right. Leads. Auto. And then we're gonna go trim, EFIS, and we're trimmed out there, and right and left are off. Inverter should have been off actually. Load is good. Strobe.
Urban Enter 2 Charlie Alpha, where are you direct to?
Taxi landing. Alright, cool. So far, so good.
Affirmative, but the black transition was, the 6 black is about 50 miles behind you. After that, you're supposed to direct Shatner onto the Angel 4 arrival. You're about 20 miles west of that track, so what 6 are you direct to right now? That's not what you were cleared via, so you're flying the arrival from O'Toole. Okay, for reference, that transition is ATC assigned only. You should never file that transition, and you should also fly what you were cleared via. Continue via what you're flying now, for now. December 502 Tango Mike, contact SoCal approach 128.1.
Say again, frequency Tango Mike?
128.1, 28.1.
128.1, Judo Mike.
Bergen Tower, American 1321, holding short, runway 15.
American 1321, Burbank Tower, runway 15, clear for takeoff.
15, clear for takeoff, American 1321.
Bakersfield ground, King Air 8782 Romeo at the north ramp requesting IFR to Chino as well.
Car 7, number 87 and 82 Romeo over at Bakersfield ground, clear to the Chino airport, fly runway heading, radar vectors, radar vectors to the shaft VOR, then as filed. Maintain 3000, expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 118.8, squawk 1407.
Did you say 1407 on the transponder?
1407.
8782 Romeo is clear to Chino, runway heading, radar vectors, shafter as filed 3000, expect 170 or 17,000, 10 minutes, 118.8, 1470, 8782 Romeo.
Remember 8782 Romeo, read back correct.
Thanks for putting that together. Okay. So runway heading is going to be a 121.
SoCal approach, Sky High 502 Tango Mike at 4000.
November 502 Tango Mike, SoCal approach, Torrance altimeter tree 002. Advise when you have information Kilo. Expect the ILS approach from 18 on the right.
So advise on ATIS and expect ammo.
No, he said 1470.
American 1321 contact
Is
departure.
what I read back.
Third departure, American 1321, good day.
He said read back correct. So 121 is set. He said runway heading to Shafter.
Leaving SoCal, American 1321
Shafter
is through
is
2,600 from 4,000 on the flat 2.
American 1321 SoCal departure radar contact, climb and maintain 9,000, turn right heading 340.
Alright, turn right heading 340 and up to 9,000, American 1321.
November Niner 2 Charlie Alpha, descend via the Angel 4 arrival.
Um, 115.4. Yeah, Bay Medic. This is Pilot Edge. Yeah. 115.4, and then the course is a 140. Very good. And heading, vertical speed. Initially at 1600 is fine, and actually let's get some, make sure we have the fuel.
American 1321 clear direct rave, resume the departure, climb via SID.
Exit direct Raven, resume the departure at Clive State, American 1321.
And then an altitude select, he said 3,000. Cool, 3,000's right there. 118.8. 118.8 right there. And 1470. Cool. Awesome. Bakersfield ground 878 to Romeo, requesting taxi Alpha 12 left.
Number 872 Romeo, runway 30 right, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
Alpha Bravo 230 right, 8782 Romeo. So in that case, looking at the ODP for that, it's the same thing, I believe. 30 right. Yeah. Climbing right turn. Okay, cool. Direct to Shafter.
SoCal approach, Skyhawk 502 Tango Mike has information Kilo at Torrance. They're reporting winds gusting at 2.5, which is beyond the ability of this aircraft for a crosswind. Actually, hold on, let me get the ATIS one more time, just a sec.
102 Charlie Alpha, go ahead. So when you were given your clearance, you were rerouted from O'Toole to Shatner, because Shatner's what you, or O'Toole is what you filed, but you were rerouted to Shatner. So what you did was you flew your original route instead of flying what you were cleared by and what your route was amended to. Yeah, just always be sure to read back what ATC gives you and write it down so that you can program it correctly instead of doing that.
Icebird, when you're saying it's too late for a clip, are you talking about, are you going to clip him?
American 1321,
He said
contact Los
something wrong
Angeles
or
Center on 133.2.
Over to 33.2, American 1321.
All right, now, we've got flight plan. Okay. BFL.
American 1321,
Yeah, King
LA
Air,
Center,
it really is, dude.
level
It's a
370.
freaking great looking airplane, dude. This 200. Even the 90's a really nice looking one. Alright, BFL, EHF.
November 158 Delta Alpha, descend via the Rounders 1 arrival, runway 19 right.
LHS.
November 502 Tango Mike, flighting 210.
210, 2 Tango Mike.
Darts.
Air Mexico 624, contact Palm Springs Tower 119.7.
Palm Springs Tower 119.7, Air Mexico 624. Palm Springs Tower, hello, Air Mexico 624 with you on the approach 13 right 2.
Air Mexico 624, Palm Springs Tower, runway 13 right, clear to land.
13 right, clear to land, Air Mexico 624.
Icebird, to see if I was true or not. But it would not be a big thing if transponder is off. Well, no, you want your transponder on. It's you got to have it for your for this operation. You know, they got to see where you're at. Darts, and then darts is gonna be paradise after that. PDZ. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Yeah, they would just tell you, hey, like it needs to be this one. And I would just change it. Not a big deal. Alright, we're coming up to the end. Yeah, we get banned. We ban you. I'm just gonna run up right here.
November 502 Tango Mike, are you still going to be able to take the ILS approach, or are you going to be unable to approach into Torrance? The wind is basically straight down the runway.
Throw the weasel
Yeah, I think go ahead.
arrival in there and
Go,
land it
go
at
the ILS 2 diner approach,
Dude,
2 Tango Mike.
that could be
November
cool.
2 Tango Mike, roger,
We're
descend
headed that
maintain
way.
2000.
Send and maintain 2000, 2 Tango Mike.
Alright, and then it's KCNO. Procedures into Chino, the ILS 126 right from Casby. Looks good, man. Alright. And then we go to the run-up check. Avionics, radar checked. Pressurization checked and set. Okay. Pressurization for 17,000. And we've got all the nav aids. You know what? Let's look at the cross radial. So we've got shafters set, but we'll be using, oh, and it's a GPS.
November 982 Charlie Alpha, contact SoCal approach 132.37.
It'll be Palmdale will be the next one. Alright, so that's fine. We have our nav aid set. Pressurization check, bleed air valves are bleed airs are on. Cabin set index, so rate control, selector knob, cabin pressurization, hold in and test, cabin indicator. We're showing no climb, cabin pressurization, release and pressurization confirmed. So there we go. It's there. Autopilot, we'll save that for now. Free and correct elevator trim checked. So pretty substantially. So we need some nose up, I think. Switches, trim, quick disconnect, trim, off, annunciator eliminated, trim tabs confirmed set, primary governors, overspeed check, so rudder boost is on, prop governor switch, test switch, hold in the prop governor test. Alright, ITT torque limits, observe the torque limits, okay. Left power lever increase until stable at 17 or at 18, like 50 essentially.
November 9 to Charlie Alpha 132.37. November 502 Tango Mike 5 miles from Drifty, turn right heading 260, maintain 2000 until established in the localizer, clear ILS runway 29 right approach.
Hey, 260, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, clear ILS 29 right approach to Tango Mike.
Left prop retard to until stable, increase until stable at 1870, retard to detent and then full forward. Verify the RPM with the prop control positioned at the top of the red hashed area. So verify the RPM with the prop control positioned at the top of the red hashed area.
Monitor ground and taxi whiskey.
On the bottom quadrant corresponds at the bottom of the green arc, 16. So forwards should be 16. Oh, and then we want the prop, so we want to bring that down. That's right, so down there, boom, that's 16 at the bottom of the red hash.
SoCal November 92 Charlie Alpha descending to 16,400.
Increase until rudder.
November 902 Charlie Alpha, you're calling SoCal on 132.7. I don't have you on my scope. Check your radio, please.
Maxwell, see you later, buddy. Alright, very good. And there's high, let's get the right one. Alright, cool. So it stabilizes there. And retard to detent and full forward. Verify the RPM and the prop control position. Cool. Alright, that's so cool. And governor switch release.
November 502 Tango Mike, contact Torrance Tower 133.07.
133.07 to Tango Mike.
Power lever is approximately 500 foot-pounds of torque.
November 158 Delta Alpha, contact Las Vegas approach 125.02.
Auto feather switch.
Las Vegas approach citation 158 Delta Alpha, flight level 200, descending on the round Route 1 with Romeo.
Alright, we're not going to do this test because
158 Delta Alpha, Las Vegas approach, thank you for Romeo, Las Vegas altimeter 2976. Expect the visual approach to runway 19 right.
Auto feather enunciators.
2976 will expect a visual to 19 right, citation 158 Delta Alpha.
Let's see here. let's see, Buddy Booster. I just got my instrument rating, dude. Congratulations, man. Yeah, Buddy Booster. That's
North Tower,
probably the
Skyhawk
most
02
challenging
Tango
one.
Mike has
other than
Juliet inbound on
CFI.
29 right localizer, I'm sorry, ILS.
November 502 Tango Mike, Torrance Tower, runway 29 right, clear to
240.
land,
Should I
wind
do multi or
260
commercial
gust
next?
25.
Dude, get that commercial going.
Clear to land,
The things that
2
you
to
learn
right,
in
you
your
Tango Mike.
commercial are really helpful, you know, for the multi. And definitely
lost
keep
connection
doing
for a minute there.
instrument
November
things, though.
93
That's what I
Charlie
would
Alpha.
recommend. I wouldn't
Sending
recommend
to
either of those. I mean,
10,000.
go commercial single, but go get
November 93 Charlie
proficient,
Alpha,
stay
you're on
proficient
Joshua
instrument.
approach 132.75. I'm not sure how you're getting these wrong frequencies. Return to your previously assigned frequency and check your radio, please.
Trying to check the radio. Something's wrong here with this radio. I'm going to have to reconnect. How about that?
Alright, vacuum and pneumatic pressure is checked. We checked that. Fuel quantity checked, instruments checked before takeoff. Full forward, flaps set, trim set, bleed airs are open, aft blower, annunciators, ice, generators, takeoff. Alright, cool. Let's brief our departure. Alright, we'll be departing runway 30 right. We've got 10,800 feet of available runway. We're flying runway heading, radar vectors, shafter, and then as filed 3,000, 18.8 right there, ready to go. 1470 is right there. And we're climbing to 3,000 and then expecting 17,000. Let's leave those off. And oh yeah, no, my pleasure, buddy. It's all good. All right. And then we're all plugged in. Brief our approach. The ILS, we're ILS runway 26 right into Chino, page 11-1, October 2021, 12585, set. Gonna be frequencies are there. It's gonna be on 11.5,
Clear to the Ontario Airport, fly
255
runway
approach
heading.
course.
Intercept the Los Angeles 170 radial to limbo.
DES
Then as
100
filed,
ILS, DA
maintain 3,000, expect 5,000 10 minutes after departure.
Right there.
Departure frequency 134.9er,
1100,
clock
left turn
1756.
45, direct Riverside and hold.
Second and 861, Charlie Alpha, clear to Ontario Airport, fly runway
No
heading,
notable terrain.
departure, intersect
Step down
Elliott,
3000 Casby
170,
at
radius
Linden,
towards the
21 at Doogie, glide slope intercept,
3,000,
3/4 mile visibility,
5,000,
be off to the left, approach brief is complete,
frequency 34
and
decimal
ready to
minor,
go.
squawk 1756.
November 861 Charlie Alpha, read that correct.
Bakersfield ground 8782 Romeo, run it complete, taxi 30 right.
November 82 Romeo, you're already holding short of the runway.
I'm in a run-up area, but I mean, I guess I'm close enough, yeah.
You absolutely are.
Jesus, why is this guy a dick, dude? I don't understand it. He's always an asshole. Bakersfield Tower 8782 Romeo, holding short 30 right, Bravo, IFR departure.
November 8782 Romeo, Bakersfield Tower, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 30 right, 8782 Romeo. He loves you. He just doesn't know how to show it. That's so funny. Dude, he's He's always this way. I don't understand. Okay, systems are green. Let's go. Alright, systems are green, airspeed's alive. Positive rate, gear up, flaps up. And below 6,000 feet, we're looking for 160. And the gear is up. And for now, we're gonna fly runway heading, radar vector shafter. Eight seven eight two Romeo, frequency change.
Number 8782 Romeo, contact departure.
Over to departure 8782 Romeo. Departure 8782 Romeo is 3,000.
Number 8782 Romeo, Baker Field departure, radar contact. Climb and maintain 13,000. Turn left heading 160.
Left 1601 3000 8782 Romeo.
Continent 861 Charlie Alpha with information Zulu ready for taxi from the field tip.
Number 861 Charlie Alpha, runway 29 right, taxi by Alpha Juliet.
Alpha Julia, runway 29 right, Techland 861 Charlie Alpha.
November 502 single line, taxi via Charlie Alpha to parking, this frequency.
Taxi via Charlie Alpha, remain this frequency, Tango Mike.
November 8782 Romeo, Kodak Lake Hughes, resume on navigation.
Third Lake Hughes, resume on 8782 Romeo.
American 1321, contact LA Center 124.62. American 1321, 124.62. American 1321, Los Angeles Center, cross Wocho, flight level 290. American 1321, cross Wocho at flight level 290. Number 158 Delta Alpha, turn left, heading 020.
Left turn 020, citation 8 Delta Alpha.
And November 8 Delta Alpha, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, citation 158 Delta Alpha.
November 8782 Romeo, contact Los Angeles Center 125.27.
125.27 8782 Romeo.
November 158 Delta Alpha, Las Vegas Airport at your 10 o'clock and 5 miles.
Haven't quite broken through, 8 Delta Alpha field is not in sight.
Roger.
Approach control 8782 Romeo is 8,000, climbing 3000.
November 8782 Romeo, Los Angeles Center, climb and maintain 17,000.
8003, climbing 1,000, or 17,000, 8782 Romeo. Alright, climb check. ITTs, torque, prop. Let's get that up to 1950. N1. Fuel
November
flow.
421 Alpha Sierra, Almonte ground guard.
Temperature pressure is good. And
November 421 Alpha Sierra, not showing a flight plan on file.
okay, now monitoring the climb. We're climbing through 10,000, so I just want to make sure that this and
November 158 Delta Alpha, turn left heading 270, and let me know if you still don't have the field.
so it looks like a pressure differential of 4.
November 8 Delta Alpha, clear visual approach runway 19 right.
Holding 140 knots. And
November 861 Charlie Alpha to Lens Tower, runway 29 right, cleared for takeoff.
we are 13,000 for 17,000. And let's go ahead and check our climb checklist. Climb yaw dampers on, climb powder set.
November 158 Delta Alpha, contact Las Vegas Tower, 118.75.
Prop sync is on. Auto feather off. Engine instruments monitor, cabin sign as required, pressurization checked, aft blower, lights, cruise.
November 158 Delta Alpha, Las Vegas Tower, runway 19 right, clear to land, wind 230 at 14, gust 23. I do. Number 421 Alpha Sierra, clear to Palomar Airport, runway 19 obstacle departure to Paradise, then as filed. Maintain 3,000, expect 7,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 135.4, squawk 2203. November 1 Alpha Sierra, read that correct. November 861 Charlie Alpha, contact departure.
Alright, we're 16,000 for 1. Ooh, shit.
November 861 Charlie Alpha, so count departure radar contact, climb and maintain 5,000.
So that, and then that needs to be altitude select. Good lord, we almost lost that one, dude. Crazy. That was close, you guys. And flaps are up, gear is up, no annunciator. Keep the torque. Direct to Lake Hughes, and that's 1435 on this here. 1435. We're level altitude capture at 17,000.
Number 20 Bravo, Almani ground, runway 19er, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
And then with this.
American 1321, contact Albuquerque Center 134.32.
Over 34.32, American 1321.
Cool. Alright guys, and then let's do our cruise check. Cruise check, engine instruments monitor. Engine instruments look good. Pressurization monitor. Looks like cabin is good. We're at 5, just over 5.
Number 158 Delta Alpha, taxi to parking via Whiskey Hotel, monitor ground.
Yeah, 100 feet. Cabin is 100. Sounds good, man. Looks good.
Number 280 Bravo, El Monte Tower, runway 19er, cleared for takeoff.
Pressurization set, altimeter set, cabin. So we'll descend when it's time. And let's go ahead and brief our approach. Let's make sure 125.85 is in there, and it is, and we're ready to go with it. SoCal approach is 135.4, towers 1.
Number 41 Alpha Sierra, runway 19er, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
121.6. Localizer is going to be 111. 0.5. Final approach course is 255. Glide slope intercept. Final approach fix at 2100 at Dewey. Down on the ILS to a DA of 886. Touchdown zone at 3636. MSA is right there. Looking at the notes. Oh, Mo Daddy, what's up? This is the King Air 200. It's from Carinado. It's a really nice download. I think I got it for like $20. They're having like a
Number
sale.
421 Alpha Sierra, El Monte Tower, runway 19er, cleared for takeoff.
Look at the shadow reflections of the switches from the lights. It's pretty nice. It's pretty sweet. Look at it. So we have no applicable notes because we're gonna have our local altimeter setting. No notable terrain. 886, 3/4 mile. We'll do this at 120 knots. Copy is off to the left, and we're good to go. So approach briefing is complete. Oh yeah, Mo Daddy, that's what you were saying, that you're actually just starting, right? You're a private, you're an aspiring private pilot, right? So you don't actually need anything from the Carinado website you can
November 42 Alpha Sierra, contact departure.
you can just go straight into X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Sim and just use the 172 that they got.
November 41 Alpha Sierra, SoCal departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 3,000. Or sorry, climb and maintain 7,000.
That you're going to be flying out of?
November 8782 Romeo, descend and maintain 13,000.
17,000 for 13,000, 872 Romeo. Oh, you didn't research your school? Yeah, I would have checked out the school, make sure it's a good school. It's very important.
And then November 20 Bravo Fullerton Tower, verify your transponders on since you're inside the mode.
Let's see. Test.
Right now on runway 24.
Test. Ooh, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, test. Yeah. Altitude select.
Number 6, Flight 15, San Luis, go ahead.
Ooh, very nice, man. Yeah. So then there you go. You could just use the 172 and get, what I would do is get the manual, get a manual, like a pilot operating.
You need to talk to ACC for the Cat 2 rating. So you will need to be able to finish the rating while the network is still open.
139. And what you can do is just buy a POH, like a pilot operating handbook for the aircraft, or just find a download, and you can just start
you're
working
landing
through.
At a pilot airport for the Cat 2,
through
you would need
work
to
through procedures
finish that rating while the network is open.
That are in the normal procedures, startup, and watch YouTube tutorials. Get familiar beforehand,
November 8782 Romeo, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
134.2, 8782 Romeo.
Number 20 Bravo, runway 24, clear to land. 0 Bravo.
One 34.2. SoCal approach, 8782 Romeo is 13,000.
November 8782 Romeo, SoCal approach, clear to altimeter 3007.
Thanks for the altimeter, 8783 Romeo. Alright, you guys. So looking good so far. We just got that leg to go, so we're going to be doing that. Following that magenta line to darts. And then darts to Paradise, although it looks like yeah, okay. So approach briefing is complete. We've got our descent check complete. And really nice. This is
November 8782, Romeo, descend and maintain 7,000.
So 13,000 descending 7,000, 17878 Romeo.
November 280 Bravo, taxi parking via Alpha, remain this frequency.
Parking via Alpha with you, 280 Bravo.
Chino information Alpha. 200 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility more than 10. Sky conditions 2400 broken, temperature 13, dew point 9. Altimeter 2992. Arriving runways 26 left, 26 right, departing runways 26 left, 26 right. Advise on initial contact you have Alpha.
Cool, we have Alpha. And we are outbound from Dart, or to Darts. Yeah. Lake Hughes to Darts. Alright, cool. So here we are coming down to LA. What is that? Probably straight ahead. That's gotta be probably Burbank. That's probably Burbank down there. And then that means Van Nuys is somewhere over there. A little too fast, so I'm going to back off of that speed. So we're in the LA basin. Over in the distance, that's LAX right there actually. That's LAX, that's Torrance. There's Burbank, and that means Van Nuys should be over there somewhere under the clouds. But yeah, that's definitely Burbank.
Money ground, Bonanza 280 Bravo is north parking, request taxi, runway 19er.
Okay, we have descent and altitude select, we have altitude capture.
Information Whiskey, runway 19er, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
19er via Alpha Bravo, we have Whiskey with 280 Bravo.
Let's get cabin pressurization. We're coming up to darts right now.
El Monte Tower, Bonanza 280 Bravo is holding short 19er for a left crosswind departure towards Fullerton.
Number 280 Bravo, El Monte Tower, runway 19er, quick for takeoff.
19er, clear for takeoff, Bonanza 280 Bravo.
Yeah, there's LAX out there. This is not test. Ooh, sorry, guys. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Yeah, my levels were coming in a little bit weird. I think I am, because I have to speak a little.
782 Romeo, contact SoCal approach 135.4.
135.4, 8782 Romeo. One 135.4. SoCal approach 8782 Romeo, level 7000.
Number 8782 Romeo, SoCal approach, Chino, altimeter tree 009, advise you when you have information hotel, expect the visual approach runway 26 right.
8782 Romeo has hotel, requesting ILS 26 right.
Roger, do you want with vectors or from Paradise?
Vectors will do.
Roger, expect that.
Thank you. Alright, so it's going to be 135.4. Oh, okay, so that's the last one. Chino Tower is 118.5. 118.5. And 111. This is going to be 111.5. And let's see here. Final approach course is going to be 255. Do ye at 2100. Looks good. Frequencies are set. Oh, and then Paradise is going to.
Tower Bonanza 280 Bravo is 2,600. We're 8.5 miles north, looking for full stop with Quebec.
Number 280 Bravo, Fullerton Tower, report midfield right down on runway 24.
Report midfield right down on 24, Bonanza 280 Bravo.
So that is actually Chino right there. That is Ontario, I believe. So you guys get an idea. We're on this airway right here, and we're Paradise Direct, and he should be giving us headings here soon. So yeah, where we're trying to get to is Chino right there. You can see there's Paradise, and then there's the ILS. So before you know it, we should be actually on the approach procedure. Daddy, no, I do not fly airlines. Actually, the biggest I go are these like charter airplanes. I'll do this. I'll do the Citation. I'll do the Citation, the 550, the CJ4. I'll do the Mustang, you know, the 510, but not really much more than that. Just enough to keep it interesting. I actually just haven't tried. You know, I really like flying GA, and so the charter airplanes that I fly, they tend to be like smaller and you know, a little more fun. Like you can actually do like circling approaches and like, fly the pattern, you know, with them. Whereas the airlines, it's always like, you know, straight in.
November 421 Alpha Sierra, contact SoCal approach 119.6.
19.6, well, Sierra, okay.
Oh yeah? What approaches do you like with the airliners?
Give me SoCal, I'll go with Eagle 421 Alpha Sierra, 7,000 with the uniform.
November 421 Alpha Sierra, SoCal approach, thanks for your uniform. Palomar altimeter tree 012. Expect visual approach from 824.
Okay, 3012, plan the visual to 41 Alpha Sierra.
Number 421 Alpha Sierra, flighting 160, descend and maintain 4,000.
Heading 160, 4,000 on Alpha Sierra.
Ooh, really? A circle to land, huh?
Number 8782 Romeo, descend and maintain 4,000.
$7,000 descending 4,000, 878 to Romeo. Alright guys, let's slow down. We're getting ourselves on the approach now. Dude, that's cool, man. I might try that out, dude. I appreciate that.
And November 1 Alpha Sierra, we have the field site.
Number 1 Alpha Sierra, clear visual approach from 824.
Alright, below 200 knots, we have approach flaps.
November 20 Bravo, tax for the parking via Alpha, and frequency.
Parking via Alpha, then 20 Bravo with you.
I'm just gonna hold the speed right there for landing gear below 181.
November 8782 Romeo, fly heading 070, descend and maintain 3000.
All right, 070 and then 4,000 for 3,000. It's 878 Romeo.
November 421 Alpha Sierra, contact Palomar Tower 118.6.
18.6, good night, Wells here. Palomar Tower, good evening, Golden Eagle 421, Alpha Sierra, with the visual runway 24.
November 421 Alpha Sierra, Palomar Tower, runway 24, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24,
255. Thank you for the follow, by the way. That's super cool of you, man. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're gonna go prop high RPM. We have the airport back there.
November 8782 Romeo, 10 left, heading 340.
Left 340, 872 Romeo. There's Riverside.
Number 8782 Romeo, 5 miles from Linden, turn left heading 280, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, code ILS runway 26 right approach.
To left 280, maintain 3000 until established, cleared ILS 26 right, into Chino 878 Romeo. 280. All right, and we're in approach mode. And then Linden is 3000, so set us up pretty decently. All right, you guys, we're gonna
782 Romeo, contact Chino Tower 118.5.
118.5 over to Tower 878 Romeo. All right, you guys, I'm gonna do this approach. I'm gonna land, and then I gotta hop off real fast. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for such an awesome night, and you guys are super awesome, man. Chino Tower 8782 Romeo is on the ILS 26 right, full stop.
November 8782 Romeo, Chino Tower, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 26 right, 8782 Romeo. Alright, so we should have, there we go, there's glide slope capture, runway in sight. We got the approach up there at the top of the screen, and I'm actually going to go autopilot off. Okay, gear down. Wide arc, landing flaps.
Attention all aircraft. Local time now 2300. All pilot edge control positions are now closed. Class Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airspace procedures are no longer in effect. All airborne aircraft operating IFR monitor 122.75. All airborne aircraft in Class Bravo, Charlie, or Delta airspace monitor the appropriate advisory frequencies. Pilot edge will resume normal operations at 0800 local. Good night.
Alright, gear down 3 green. Speed is nailed, so it looks like a 900 torque is what I need. Between 900 and like 1,000 foot-pounds. And then we ease it off to like 880 maybe. Or 800 for low. There we go. $700 on the torque. Yeah, too much floating. That was nice, like touch, but I should have decreased the power more, but not cut it. Still trying to figure out this power settings. Alright guys. Dude. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. And great stream. Great ground session. Awesome sim. And you guys are great, dude. We'll see you guys soon. And let's see here. Let's take you guys over to Ground Point Niner. This guy, he's a super cool guy. Give him a follow if you don't already follow him, and I'll let you guys see what kind of cool stuff he's getting into. It looks like he's doing some ground controlling. All right, guys. So I'll stay tuned for Ground Point Niner, and talk soon.